if they can destroy my credibility, as they did Martin Luther King first, take him down in the eyes of his people and then assassinate him. I don't believe that America is beyond that. I believe it's being discussed right now in the White House. I believe it's being discussed by certain members of Congress. How are you going to deal with Farrakhan? Yes, I presented you with a dilemma, but I'm warning America. I'm not Martin Luther King. I'm not Malcolm X. I'm in a little different time frame. And I think you would be wise to see if God is with me. And if God is with me, you would be well to leave me alone.
Whether he must now register as a foreign agent.
For me to register as a foreign agent is to give America control over what I say. And that's what America wants, is control over what I say. In the foreign agent law, you can't influence public opinion. That's my business, to influence public opinion, especially when liars are deceiving the American people. So no, I will never register as a foreign agent because I'm not that.
Farrakhan says he does not worry about what the government thinks of his traveling to Tehran, where he spoke to millions of Iranians celebrating the 17th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, an uprising that led to the taking of the U.S. hostages, or about his much-publicized visit to Baghdad to confer with Iraq's Saddam Hussein.
You go to Nigeria, which is, if not the most corrupt nation in Africa, and it is, it could be the most corrupt nation in the world, Minister Farrakhan.
Oh, now, Mr. Wallace.
It is the most corrupt nation that I have ever covered. I've been there 25 years ago, and I've been there as recently as last year.
Fine. So what? 35 years old. That's what that nation is. Now, here's America, 226 years old. You love democracy? But there in Africa, you're trying to force these people into a system of government that you just have accepted. 30 years ago, black folk got the right to vote. You're not in any moral position to tell anybody how corrupt they are. You should be quiet and let those of us who know our people go there and help them get out of that condition. But America should keep her mouth shut wherever there's a corrupt regime, as much hell as America has raised on the earth. No, I will not allow America, or you, Mr. Wallace, to condemn them as the most corrupt nation on earth when you have spilled the blood of human beings. Has Nigeria dropped an atomic bomb and killed people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Have they killed off millions of Native Americans? How dare you put yourself in that position as a moral judge? I think you should keep quiet, because with that much blood on America's hands, you have no right to speak. I will speak because I don't have that blood on my hand. Yes, there's corruption there. Yes, there's mismanagement of resources. Yes, there is abuse. There's abuse in every nation on earth, including this one. So let's not play holy to moralize on them. Let's help them.
I'm not moralizing. I'm asking a question, and I got an answer.
Why would you put it as the most corrupt regime in the world? That doesn't make sense.
Can you think of one more corrupt?
Yeah, I'm living in one. I'm living in one. Yes, you've done a hell of a thing on this earth, so you should not be the one to talk. You should be quiet when it comes to moral condemnation, in my judgment. Because I appear to be interfering with America's foreign policy objectives in Africa and in the Middle East, they want me kind of silenced or muzzled. And if they can destroy my credibility, as they did Martin Luther King first, take him down in the eyes of his people and then assassinate him. I don't believe that America is beyond that. I believe it's being discussed right now in the White House. I believe it's being discussed by certain members of Congress. How are you going to deal with Farrakhan? Yes, I presented you with a dilemma, but I'm warning America. I'm not Martin Luther King. I'm not Malcolm X. I'm in a little different time frame. And I think you would be wise to see if God is with me. And if God is with me, you would be well to leave me alone.
You don't trust the media. You said so. You don't trust whites. You've said so. You don't trust Jews. You've said so. Well, here I am, white, Jewish, and a reporter. So why in the world did you trust me enough to sit down to talk to me this way, Minister Farrakhan?
Let me say this. I would not say that all whites and all Jews and all media are untrustworthy. That is not a fair characterization of my
That's
thinking.
the perception of a lot of people in America.
Perception is not necessarily reality.
It's bound to be perceived as anti-Semitic, and you know it, and you do it over and over again.
I quoted, the synagogue of Satan is part of a scripture in the book of Revelations, the 2nd chapter and the 3rd chapter. It says, and I quote, those who say they are Jews and are not, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan.
The people you're talking to there, the people who saw that on television, they aren't students of the Bible as you are. They don't know the scripture as you do. What they hear, what I heard, was overtones of absolute, you were sticking it to the Jews once again.
In reality, Mr. Wallace, you know, I've heard whites and Jews say they're good and bad in every race.
Yeah.
And if they're good and bad in every race, does that not apply to Jews? Are there good Jews? And are there bad Jews? And if there are good Jews, what constitutes a good Jew?
Give me a list of a half a dozen good Jews.
No. Only God knows who the good are. There are good appearing Muslims, there are good appearing Christians, there are good appearing Jews, but God knows who is good. And so the good are those who live by the standard that makes you a Jew. Once you deviate from that standard, you're not a Jew anymore, from my vantage point.
Have you talked about bad Muslims?
Of course.
Who?
There are bad Muslims. There are Muslims who deviate from the path of God. I'm not anti-Semitic. I do not hate Jews. I want this to be very clear. I do not hate Jews. I do not hate people because their skin is white. What I hate is evil and injustice and exploitation, whether a black does it, whether a white does it, whether a Jew, a Muslim, or a Christian does it.
And Farrakhan, despite all his past rhetoric, now says he wants to make a genuine effort at reconciliation with the Jewish community in America.
I am willing to visit the board of rabbis in any city in America, sit down and talk with those scholars of Judaism. I am willing to visit a synagogue and speak to the Jewish people because I do not want Jewish children to believe that they have somebody who, if he comes into great power, will put them in ovens. I don't want that for my children. I don't want that for your children. And if we don't want that for our children, then the question is, what are we willing to do today to stave off any ugly future?
Have you made that kind of a suggestion before, Minister Farrakhan?
Yes, I have.
And what has been the response?
Well, there are always preconditions. Well, Farrakhan, if you tone down your rhetoric...
Well, you sure haven't toned down your rhetoric.
You know, I can't tone down what I believe to be truth. And if it's truth and if I'm in error, how am I going to know that? Unless there's a dialogue. And you say, no, Farrakhan, here's the truth. And if you can show me that I love truth, and I hope that I'm humble enough to be open enough to see the truth if you show it to me.
My Jewish friends will say, Wallace, come on, we've heard all this before. He's not to be trusted. You know that.
Well, that's on both sides.
I know it.
That's on both sides. I could say, well, we've heard that before too, of reconciliation. Look at the Indians. Look at all the treaties that were signed, and look at where they are. So let's not talk about trust, because I really don't think that you've earned trust. But we can earn it together, but time is running out on all of us. And I think if we're going to make that move, why not let's make it now?
Black leaders, I knew many speaking out. Malcolm X, I knew Malcolm X. I knew his stridency, and I knew Martin Luther King very well. But they had a they didn't start on a discord. You seem to start on a discord. Why?
I beg your pardon.
You don't think so?
No, of course. There was discord with Malcolm. There was discord with Martin. There was discord with W.E.B. Du Bois. Everybody that attempts to tackle the problems between black and white don't start peacefully. They start with the discord trying to produce harmony.
Then maybe the anti-Semitism got off on the wrong run. Or the right, was it your intention? How did that start?
It started with my trying to protect Jesse Jackson after 100 real threats were against his life. And I decided I wanted to dialogue with Jews because I felt that Jews, through the Anti-Defamation League, were sending certain information to the media negative about Reverend Jackson, and it could have created an atmosphere into which the brother could have been assassinated. I did not want to see another Martin Luther King, and so I stood up and asked for the dialogue. And as a result of that, I was called a Black Hitler. I took umbrage at that remark, and then the roller coaster ride began.
And once on, keeps rolling, or kept rolling.
We hope that the Jews of goodwill, as some of them have been sitting down with us, we will sit down with them and continue the process of dialogue.
As a minister of the faith, you would love all people, would you not?
As a minister of faith, you would love to love all people. But the scripture says you can't serve two masters. You have to love one and hate the other. You can't serve God and mammon too. One has to be worthy of love. And to be worthy of love and to engender love is to obey the will of God, and that is what produces love in us for one another.
Does your faith believe that all people are created equal?
When you say created equal, what do you mean, sir?
That all babies are equal under the law, that they are entitled to health and good fellowship, that they are entitled to love and good feelings, that they are entitled to a life that is their own, white,
Well,
black,
of course,
yellow,
all
Jewish.
babies are born equal. The process is equal.
And they
Their
deserve
mothers carry them 9 months with fainting and pain, and the pain for a white woman, a black woman, a brown woman, they're all the same. However, what stimulus goes into the makeup of that white child, that black child, that brown child after the child is born? What kind of environment will these children grow up into? And according to what we are hearing and reading, the black child is put into an environment that sentences the black child to a ghetto life. And they are saying, according to their statistics, that blacks will never, at the present rate, reach parity with whites.
Now, do you feel the same about Jews who had that ghetto life in England, Irish who had potato and famine in Ireland, Chinese with too many in the families, and hardship in China? Do you feel the same about them?
They used a certain law and principle to lift themselves from their condition, and we applaud that. We can't say that the Jews are suffering in America, not in Mexico, not in England, not in France. Nowhere where Jews are today, except in Russia, do we find Jews suffering. But black folk in America, blacks in the Caribbean, blacks in Africa are suffering. And we need to understand the principles that others have used and use those same principles to get ourselves up out of this condition.
Why should there be any discord between Jews and blacks, since both have seen prejudice face up through a lot of their lives, and they've always been intersupportive of each other? Jews were major supporters of the civil rights movement.
As long as our interests converged, blacks and Jews always have worked together.
Always.
But when the interests of blacks and Jews were diametrically opposed, Jews followed their self-interest.
Example.
And of course, in the Baki decision, you know, Jews did not follow the thinking of blacks in the Baki decision.
Many Jews supported that.
Well,
Support, you mean affirmative action?
The quotas. Jews have always fought against quotas. Blacks wanted quotas. So whenever our interests didn't converge, we followed our self-interest.
But there was some political difference. They weren't racial differences. Those weren't Jews saying we may have a difference of quota, therefore I hate blacks.
Well, neither are we saying.
Right. So then why should there be any discord between the Jew and the black?
Well, look, the relationship between blacks and Jews is not the best relationship. It has not been. Otherwise, blacks and Jews would not be meeting around the nation trying to find out what went wrong with the relationship. Louis Farrakhan did not end the relationship between blacks and Jews, but after the death of Martin Luther King and the breakup of the civil rights movement, many Jews who were the strong supporters of the civil rights movement and civil rights organizations began to follow their own concerns, and the civil rights organizations began to die from lack of attention, lack of support from within. And so after Farrakhan began to speak and we got into the black Jewish controversy, then the Jews began to come back to blacks to sit down and dialogue to say,
you think
what
you've
went wrong.
inspired a reunity?
I think we've inspired a dialogue, and that is good. We're not against blacks and Jews having a relationship, but what we want is a new relationship, not a relationship structured on a master-slave kind of relationship. We want a relationship structured on equity and justice based on mutual respect.
What did you think of what happened in Israel today? They overthrew the conservative government, overthrew peacefully in the Knesset, and installed the more liberal who are looking to sit down with the Palestinians.
Well, I think it may be a step in the right direction. I was shocked to see the other day that Mr. Baker was there and there were signs out calling Mr. Baker an anti-Semite. And of course, it reminded me of picket signs around my venues wherever I go to speak. And since Mandela has embraced Arafat, there are those that are calling Mandela anti-Semitic. And I think that what those Jewish leaders need to do, we really need to be careful of how we use words, because anti-Semitic today means if you're critical of Israel, you become an anti-Semite. And in today's paper, here is a brilliant Jewish writer who called Zionism actually Satanism.
Who is that?
I can't recall his name, but it's in the Chicago Sun-Times today.
Israel's a democracy. They debate it all the time. They threw out the leadership today and put in a new one.
And again, in the paper today, it said that, of course, Israel has no state religion. So Judaism is not the state religion of Israel. Coming right back to what I said 5 years ago when they criticized me, saying I was talking about Judaism. I never mentioned Judaism. And now, today, they're saying Judaism is not the state religion of Israel.
I think
so Farrakhan is really not an anti-Semite.
We might clear it up with a simple question.
Sure.
How do you feel about Jews?
Now, you know, there are many Jews that I admire and greatly respect. Jews have done marvelously well coming from the conditions that they've come from. My problem is not with the Jews that have done marvelously well and are moral and righteous. Our problem is with those who feel somehow threatened by Louis Farrakhan, by a black man who is not controlled by white people, who speaks the truth as he sees it and believes it for the good of our people.
But you could say that about Chinese and Irish and Italian people. You like those who've done very well and are maybe angry with those.
Of course.
So what is the separate? Why do Jews keep coming up in the dialogue?
I think it's because if I make a statement or someone asks a question and I answer about Jews, then the Jews become the whole topic. We're here talking about a most serious problem, not the problem of Jews, because Jews are doing fine in America. But here you have 30 to 40 million black people who are called a permanent underclass and who have become the Achilles heel of this nation. And I'm afraid if sincere and serious people don't sit down to map out a just solution to this problem, America might go the way of ancient Egypt, Babylon, and all of those other countries who did not address the problem.
You're saying a revolution?
It could be. No.
Let's take some calls for Louis Farrakhan. Los Angeles, hello.
Yes, Mr. Farrakhan, my question is to you. Why do you feel that blacks are the superior race?
On the contrary, blacks in America have been in quite an inferior position and condition, and we remain that way today. But what you think as a superior is that your own scholars admit that white people come from black people. And that means that if we can produce you and you cannot produce us, then genetically we are superior in that we are your producer, not you
White
ours.
people come from black people?
Oh, yes, sir. We are your father and your mother, and that is a fact.
And where do black people come from?
We come from the originator of the heavens and the earth.
Who is black?
Huh?
He is black, or she is black.
Oh, I don't say the color of the originator.
Well, why would color make any difference anyway?
Well, you all have made it a difference. It didn't make a difference until white folk made it a difference.
Carrie, South Carolina, hello.
Yes, Mr. Farrakhan, will you take back your comments and refute that Judaism is a gutter religion?
I never said that. I never said Judaism was a gutter religion. I said that the practice of Israel was dirty toward the Palestinians, and it remains that way today.
That was a political statement about the actions of a government.
That's right.
Not about a people.
That's right.
And what did you say about Hitler so we could clear that? You did not call him a great man?
Yes, I did.
You did call him great.
I said Hitler was great, but I said he was wickedly great. Now, white people who study the dictionary, after all, English is not my language. You all taught me English, and you know that great is an adjective. It does not necessarily mean good, except in a colloquial sense. They had a great earthquake down in Mexico in 1985, 8.1 on the Richter scale. It's called great, but it wasn't good.
The devil is great.
Yes, but not good.
We'll be right back with Minister Louis Farrakhan. With Minister Farrakhan, do you still favor a separate black state?
I think that blacks are already separate, and the condition is so terrible that the Kerner Commission said that if by 1985 meaningful integration had not come about, and in the cities there was approximately 21.5 million people, which they projected it would be, that integration would be totally impossible. And now what the Kerner Commission predicted has come to pass. There are over 21 million blacks in the ghettos. We are poorer, sicker, dying, and destroyed with drugs and crime. So there are only two alternatives. How is America going to deal with blacks since we can't now be integrated? Either we are separated or annihilated. And the annihilation part is a very dangerous, dangerous probability. I think we ought to talk about separation.
You don't think there's a concentrated effort to annihilate, did you?
According to the scriptures, and being Jewish, you know that Pharaoh had a plan against the children of Israel because they were multiplying, and he feared that they might join on to an enemy and come against him. So he said, let's deal wisely with them. And so they came up with a plan to kill all boy babies and spare the female. Now that was the Pharaoh of that day. And what we're looking at in America today is the destruction of the black male, the sparing of the female, but the destruction of the black man.
By whom? Who's the Pharaoh?
I think Mr. Bush is sitting in that seat.
You think Bush is today's Pharaoh?
Oh, yes.
By design?
What do you mean by design?
As that Pharaoh did it.
He was voted into office. He's sitting in that seat.
Charlotte, North Carolina, hello.
Yes, sir. It's apparent, I think, that the drug problem is becoming more of a black problem. And I assume you feel that white people are to blame for this. Shouldn't you in fact be blaming the black and brown people all over the world who are growing drugs and exporting them to this country? Aren't they the ones who are really to blame and not white people for the problem of black people and their incredible dependence and violence concerning drugs?
Thank you for your question. If you study the history, sir, the Dutch East India Company raised the poppies in India, and the Americans and others helped to transport those drugs into China in the Opium Wars. America has been using drugs for a long, long time as a political weapon. And in the black community, drugs has always been used in our community. And we don't bring the drugs in. We don't manufacture the drugs. We don't grow the drugs. 80% of the chemicals used to make the crack are from the United States. They're shipped down into South America and then shipped back into this community. And I think you're wrong, sir. There are between 76 and 87% of the drugs now used in America are used by white people. So you have a very real drug problem, not only in the black community, but it has become the scourge of this nation.
We go to Tidewater, Virginia. Hello.
Yeah, Louis, your credentials as a peacemaker are not very good in view of the strife and division that you created in your own black Muslim community. I understand that your group is much smaller than the group headed by the son of Elijah Muhammad, whom you split away from. If you can't promote unity among your own fellow black Muslims, how are you going to promote it among Christians and Jews?
All right, I got to take a break in 30 seconds.
I've got to say that's a very hypocritical thing. Martin Luther pulled away from the Catholic Church, and they pulled away from the Greek Church, and you all have been pulling away from each other for years. How dare you, in that hypocritical way, say that we can't have honest differences? Imam Warithuddin and I have an honest difference, but we are brothers, and we respect each other.
Let's take a break.
That's more than I can say for you.
Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Hello.
Good evening, Larry. And my question to Mr. Farrakhan is, what advice would he give the thousands of white Americans like myself who have been discriminated against because of affirmative action?
You know, anytime someone has helped to build your country and has been set at naught, worked for 300 years for no pay, and actually became voluntary servants after they were so-called set free. And here's a present generation of whites who really don't know what happened to us and why we have suffered as we've suffered, but you are not willing to suffer one little bit of privation to see a segment of what you call your own American citizenry come up to par. And that's why we say separation is the answer, because it appears that we will never reconcile our differences as long as you don't want any pain, but you've accepted all that our slave labor has caused you to have. I consider myself a man that is passionately concerned for the pain and suffering of my people. I don't consider that racism, nor would I condone putting another human being at a disadvantage to make my people advantage.
Wilburn, Massachusetts. Hello.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the guest thinks about the origin of the AIDS virus. Does he think that it was here all the time, or does he think it was created by the defense industry and was, as the Washington Post reported about 2 years ago in February, created by the defense?
AIDS.
I do feel, according to what I have read, that it is a manufactured virus. It's not a natural virus. I don't know who, but in an article that's called Who, it says it was manufactured by the World Health Organization right out here in Virginia.
For what purpose?
For the purpose of decimating human beings. And we blacks suffer from this AIDS virus more than anyone else.
Last call, Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Hello.
Hi, I would like to ask your guest tonight why it is that he compares his people to the Jews. When the Jews were in the ghettos, they climbed their way out, and now they're integrated into society, although they had prejudice against them.
And we covered that earlier. Of course, the Jews
the Jews climbed their way out. First of all, you've had Moses and all of the prophets. You have an advantage. You have divine guidance. You're looking at a people who were stripped of everything of our own that ties us to our own kith and kin in Africa. And then for 300 years, we're denied the human right to know, to read, to write, to learn. And 100 years ago, you let us go and we became Christians and you educated us, but you never allowed us to get the knowledge of ourselves where we could do for ourselves what the Jews did for themselves. And now that I'm here as a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to give that kind of knowledge, you paint me as everything evil. Why? Because you're afraid that black folk will come together and do for themselves what you have done for yours, and you might lose a slave.
Thank you.
Minister Farrakhan, let's begin by talking about the record. You've often referred to white people as devils. You've said many things, some of which we've just seen, which people don't like. And Why shouldn't white America be just scared to death of you?
If we are afraid of truth or afraid of justice, then one would be afraid of one who speaks truth and cries out for justice. But if one seeks honest solutions to real problems and will find that solution in the truth, then there is no need to fear a man who speaks the truth and condemns that which is unjust and wicked.
But what about the language? Are you telling me the truth is that we whites are devils?
What is your definition, sir, of a devil?
What is yours?
I would say that a devil is a wicked person. And I don't think that whites in their relationships with blacks and dark people around the world have been good or saintly. Would you think so?
Do you think that white America is trying to practice genocide on black people?
If we examine the record of Mr. Donaldson, we see that whites in their interaction with dark people throughout the world have practiced a form of genocide. And this is why there were millions of Indians in America when whites came, and now there are just about 2 million left. There were millions of Indians in the Caribbean, and they're gone, and there were millions in South America, and they are going. And the Maori people in New Zealand, the Aborigines in Australia are gone. And so we see a useless population of millions of black people unemployed and unemployable. And America that has not taken kindly to persons who are useless, we believe is practicing a form of genocide on the masses of our people.
Do I take it, Minister Farrakhan, you don't believe in integration of the races? You really want separatism?
The religion of Islam teaches us that all human beings can get along well if we accept the principles and the practice of brotherhood. That has not been the case. The Kerner Commission in 1967 or 68 said that there are two Americas, one black, one white, separate and unequal. In 1988, the Kerner Commission looked back at the horrendous situation and said, not only is America separate and unequal, but the conditions are worse 20 years later. So it's not that I don't believe in integration. I do not believe that white America believes in integration.
You have said a few years ago that you wanted a place within America for black people, but your most recent statement is that you think black people ought to receive reparations and perhaps go to Africa, to a place there. I have two questions. How much reparations from the U.S. government? Who should pay for them? And what place in Africa?
If we want to solve the problem, Mr. Donaldson, we must recognize that there are millions of black people today who are suffering in America, and no one has come up with a solution to this problem. And yet, black people who have built this country, whose fathers' sweat and blood built the economy of the early America, and we who have fought, bled, and died in every theater of war that America has had, we helped America to rebuild Germany after World War II. Germany's rebuilt, Japan is rebuilt. Blacks are still in a terrible condition.
Well, I concede that, Minister Farrakhan, that you have helped build America, but so have Irish people who came here, Italians, many people from many lands.
Yes.
You seem to say that blacks ought to receive money from the U.S. government, reparations. How much?
If the American government sees that there's justice in giving to the Japanese reparations for 4 years in the concentration camps and the confiscation of their goods and property, what about black people who were brought to America, not on the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, or the Mayflower, but in the holds of ships, whose fathers worked for 300 years for no pay?
But what I'm asking you is how much? Tell us how much.
Well, I can't say in terms of dollars at this point how much, but if the government is willing to sit down and take account of what is owed black people, why should we live in substandard housing? Why should we be on welfare?
Anyone?
Yes, but why should we who helped build the country live in that condition? We're not asking for welfare. Give to black people what you owe us and let us make a future for ourselves.
You see, if I may, what I'm hearing, and I think what many whites are hearing, is not that people who built America should share in its prosperity, and people who don't have adequate housing should have adequate housing. But you keep talking about blacks should have it, blacks should have it. That's divisive, isn't it?
I doubt that very seriously. I think that the world will admit that just the other day the facts were brought out that 25% of young black men are either in prison, on parole, or under court supervision. You have another infant mortality rate that is so sickening that they feel if it continues, we will lose another whole generation. Our people are dying with 60,000 excess deaths over the natural normal death rate. My point is,
whites are responsible for this?
Blacks are dying like this, and I represent the suffering of black people, why should that offend white people who have spokespersons for Italians, for Irish, for Jews? Why should anybody be upset that I speak for the hurt of my own people?
You believe that George Bush, the President of the United States, wants to have you killed. Why?
I believe that Mr. Bush, in his own words, sir, speaking before the Simon Wiesenthal Center in Los Angeles 1 week before he was elected president, said that he's going to continue funding the Justice Department in their vigorous investigation and prosecution of anti-Semites, whether they wear brown shirts, white shirts, and bow ties, whether they live in Skokie, Chicago, or Brooklyn, the villain is the same. And I'm sure when he spoke about white shirts and bow ties, he wasn't speaking about Senator Simon. He was, by inference, referring to Louis Farrakhan.
So you draw the inference he was referring to you, and then you make the leap that he wants to have you killed?
Sir, we just talked about death squads from South Africa.
You quoted the president accurately. He said he wanted to fight hate groups and anti-Semites. You said you're not an anti-Semite. How could he be referring to you?
The president, Bush, when he was vice president, spoke against me as an anti-Semite. The U.S. Senate, with no black people.
What was that quotation?
That no place in America is there for anti-Semites, bigots,
but you say
and
you're
racists.
not. You say you're not a racist and anti-Semite.
This country was founded on bigotry, racism, and anti-Semitism.
But you say you're, Mr. Minister, I'm confused. You have insisted tonight you are not a bigot, you're not a racist, you're not an anti-Semite. But then you say because the President of the United States complains about racists and anti-Semites, he's talking about you.
Sir, in your piece,
and he wants to kill you.
In your piece that you just showed, the death squads in South Africa, in a racist regime, have come against those who preach against apartheid. It is no accident that Martin Luther King was assassinated, and the government of the United States had his rooms bugged, followed him about, tried to discredit him. It is not an accident that the counterintelligence program of the United States government under J. Edgar Hoover was a program designed to keep any black leader from properly addressing the concerns of our people, even to the point of assassination. And it is not an accident that the CIA planned and carried out the murder of several heads of state in the world. So let us not say that Mr. Bush and the government of the United States is opposed to getting rid of what they perceive as a threat. Right now, the government of the United States planned the murder of Muammar Gaddafi. That was the most expensive assassination attempt in the history of the world. And I'm sure, sir, the bombing of the PDF headquarters in Panama was a murder attempt against Noriega. And unfortunately, for them, they missed. And now Mr. Noriega is in America as an embarrassment to the Bush administration.
Let me ask you about your future plans. Do you plan to run for political office in this country?
Never.
Do you plan to support people who do?
I most certainly do intend to support those who advocate those positions that will bring more justice, more equity, and a balanced distribution of the wealth of America to those poor and suffering
Let me ask you about Reverend Jackson. You supported him in '84, but in 1987 you said you would not publicly support him because I guess you feared that you'd be an embarrassment to him? Or why? What about '92? If he runs, will you support him?
I can't say. That's a long way off, and Mr. Jackson has not said yet that he would run. But
do you think you would be an embarrassment to him?
If he perceived it that way, and as long as there are programs like this, Mr. Donaldson, which will allow me a fair hearing before the American people, I believe that the American people will not see me as an embarrassment. They'll see me as a man who speaks the truth and has suffered on account of it.
I would just like to say that I am terrified that even you, someone who's obviously educated, has given up hope completely. Like when you call upon us, you say white folk, you say black people, Jewish people. Why can't we come together? We obviously can come together. We just have to. We just have to find a way to do it.
The desire is good, but the reality is the total opposite of your desire. And unfortunately, as a young lady, you are not in the position of power to make the decisions to make America work. May I, as an audience of intelligent people, I would like to just take a moment to say to you that I really don't think you fully understand what has happened to these people that you look at as second class or inferior citizens in this nation. Black people who were brought to this country were stripped of their names, language, culture, religion, God, and taken totally away from the history of themselves. Here are 30 million people who don't wear their own names. They wear your names. Who don't speak their own language. They speak English, which is not their language. They never were allowed their own cultural expression of Africa. Don't you realize that when you turn a people upside down and inside out, then sell them not for a day, not for a year, but for 300 years, and deny us the human right to know, to read a book, to learn, to understand. And then after 300 years of that, you allow us into the church. But by that time, you've painted Jesus white, God white, the angels white. And then all these black people have been subjected to a form of white supremacy, which produces in the reverse a black inferiority. And this is fulfilling what Jesus said, as a man thinketh, so is he. And as long as our people think the way they think, we will never be able to do what we as a people should do to correct our condition.
But I would like to say what scares us is I think we hear violence.
May I respond? Yeah. May I respond, please? The young lady said she's afraid of violence. And isn't it sad that we who have been the victims of so much violence, now whites fear violence from us? We do not have a history of killing white people. White people have a history of killing us. See? And what you fear, may I say this, sir? What you fear, and it's a deep guilt thing, that white folks suffer. You are afraid that if we ever come to power, we will do to you and your fathers what you and your people have done to us. And I think you are judging us by the state of your own mind, and that is not necessarily the mind of black people.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Are you there, caller?
Yes.
Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry it took us a while to get you, but go ahead. I know you'll be brief.
I'm a white American born into poverty, and I overcame it. You know, the opportunities are here in America, and why can't we just start now? We hear all this violence. Why can't we just talk in a positive way and go forward instead of remembering all these things that are in the past that are negative? They were not good for black, for white.
Yes, Mr. Farrakhan commenting.
According to the State of Black America by the Urban League, if we started right now, they said, we could never close the gap to black poverty and white poverty. She said, let us start right now. Let's forget the past. Notice this. When Jewish people remember the Holocaust, and want the world to remember the Holocaust. Wait. Why do you want the world to remember? Because if the world does not remember, it is likely to repeat itself. And Jewish persons who suffered from the Holocaust want the world to remember this because the world turned its back while Jews were put in ovens. I, as a black person, want my people to remember what we have suffered and what we continue to suffer so that we will say like the Jews, never again. Never again.
Okay, I've been listening in this corner right here, and I've heard a whole lot of negative things from the white people here. When you were trying to explain yourself, the white people don't want to hear you explain yourself. They drown you out. They start already trying to drown you out and talk over you. There's a certain amount of white arrogance here, and they don't want to listen to what black people are saying. They don't understand because they don't want to understand. I've heard a woman here say, go back to Africa. Somebody said, we have a black holiday. What does that mean? So what does that mean? He did not say that. He said, if we have a choice, what some of us can go and some of us can stay. But there's no understanding in here. People are just trying to talk.
To those arrogant persons. You know, when you tell us, go back, please remember where you came from. And when you want to relegate somebody to a specific place, just remember what your origin is in this world. Please, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I want you to understand that you, wherever you are on the earth, you're not a native anywhere. You came there and took it from the native people who are there. So please don't talk about going back, because if others talk to you about that, where would you go? Yes. If you could just calm the emotion, the fears, and listen to a word that can uplift not only black, but it can uplift your people as well. Maybe we could solve the drug problem in the United States. Then you look at a religion, Christianity. I'm not saying the teachings of Jesus now, but I'm talking about the way Christianity has been used. I was talking to a Catholic priest a few weeks ago, telling him how black folk were taught that our blackness is something of a divine curse, that we are the children of Ham. And Ham was one of the sons of Noah who mocked Noah in his drunkenness, and Noah cursed him. And of course, he was doomed from that point to be a hewer of wood and a drawer of water. And so today, black folk think of themselves in a servitude posture. Black folk think of the color of their skin as a curse. They think of the texture of their hair as something terrible, the thickness of our lips or the shape of our noses. This is not because we desire to think this way, but we live in America where white standards of beauty have been imposed upon us. Now how do you break this? By telling the truth. The truth is, black people have a beauty that is ours. It is uniquely ours. You have your beauty as white people. As you learn to appreciate yourself and we learn to appreciate ourselves, then maybe we can appreciate one another. But truth has to be told. The truth is, according to your own scholars, your own scientists, Mendel said, black skin is dominant. White skin is recessive. Dark eyes are dominant. Light eyes are recessive. Mendel said you can get the recessive from the dominant, but you can't get the dominant from the recessive. That's Mendel. Dr. Leakey was looking for the origin of human beings. He went to Europe, but he didn't stay there long. He kept right on moving, and he found the origin of man in Africa. Now some of your scholars of genetics have taken the DNA and have traced the origin of human beings back to the black woman. Look, we are the father of all human beings. Tell it from the mountain, the black people are the original people of the earth. That doesn't make us better, but it says we are your father. We are your mother, and you should honor your father and mother that your days may be long.
And we'll be back in just a moment. Farrakhan, who sounded awful close to William Shockley on the last answer.
But William Shockley was telling a falsehood while we are telling a manifest truth. And this truth, white people know, you scholars know it, but you've hidden it from black people and hidden it from your own people. So if you know that you come from us, then maybe you would respect your root a little better.
Yeah.
And if we knew that you came from us, maybe we would respect ourselves a lot better. So it works for both of us. It's good to know the truth. The truth will make you free.
Is it your feeling that AIDS is a manufactured disease which has hit especially in an especially horrendous way among people of color, among African Americans, engineered by a white person?
It is becoming increasingly clear in medical circles that the configuration of that virus is not a natural configuration, but that it is a made virus. Now, this should not come as a shock to you because viruses have been used for years to get rid of unwanted and useless populations. I think General Amherst sent smallpox up in blankets to the Indians. And I think you will find that 100 black men in a Tuskegee experiment were injected with the most virulent form of syphilis and allowed to cohabit with whomsoever they would and never were to be treated for syphilis. This is reality. Now, it was 400. Now we're looking at not only biological warfare, but we're looking at chemical warfare that is being used in crack cocaine and now in ice, being used on black and white. And I'm telling you, if America doesn't wake up, your country will be lost from within. You know, it's interesting how white folk sit here thinking that I have a reason to lie to you as though you are so powerful and you are so wonderful that I'm so ashamed of my words that I have to twist and turn. Please, you're not dealing with that kind of man. You're dealing with a man who means what he says and says what he means. Now listen.
And here's the Vice President of the United States speaking today in Nashville, Tennessee. Mr. Vice President.
There is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction. There is no doubt that he is amassing them to use against our friends, against our allies, and against us. Time is not on our side. Deliverable weapons of mass destruction in the hands of a terror network or a murderous dictator, or the two working together, constitutes as grave a threat as can be imagined. The risk of inaction are far greater than the risk of action.
Not long ago, this was February of this year, you had this to say about President Bush, possible attack on Iraq. Here you are, Minister Farrakhan, February this year.
President Bush does intend to go into Iraq. He's made you believe that Saddam Hussein is a terrible man. He's no more terrible than Bush. He's no more terrible than Bush's father. He's no more terrible than Clinton. Because all of them do things in the name of their government. That if the truth were made known, there would be a Nuremberg trial for American presidents.
You proud of that statement? Nuremberg trial?
Absolutely. I know that what I said is the truth.
The trial call
The American government is a criminal government in dealing with Iraq. Look at the statement of your vice president. He said there is no doubt that there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Why does not he do what the United States government did when they found weapons of mass destruction in Cuba? They came before the United Nations. They presented the evidence and a strong case by the vice president saying that there are weapons of mass destruction there, that there is no doubt. Where is the proof? There is no country in the world that agrees with America going to war with Iraq. So who is the real threat? Is it that Saddam is a threat to the world? Or is that President Bush and his administration is a threat to world peace?
You join significant numbers of Americans in condemning an attack on Iraq by the United States, especially if we're going to go alone, and it's increasingly looking like that's the case. Why the Nuremberg comment? Why, once again, the Nuremberg trials, one of the most civil attempts to redress a horrible grievance, a moment in 20th century history, trying imperfectly as it was carried out to bring justice, to bring those who did these horrible things to Jewish people to justice.
Sir,
you raise this.
It's
almost like I'm going to get these Jews again. Wham! Right there in the belly. We got them again. You know, there's a meanness about this, sir. A meanness that's not
Mr.
becoming
Donahue,
a minister.
Let me say this.
Go ahead.
It has nothing to do with Jews. I'm talking about a principle. The trial was set up to rectify evils, injustice in the world, in dealing with the Jewish people. Here you have an international criminal court being set up that will deal with any nation mistreating their people.
You talk about
America
the current
does not wish to be a part of this international criminal court, nor does the Security Council give America a pass for a year that she can do whatever she wishes to do in peacekeeping efforts and not come before a world court. This is not right. Here's the president of the greatest nation on earth ordering a hit on Saddam Hussein. What makes our president any better than a mob boss or a gang leader or a drug leader that orders hits on people that you don't like? That is not the civilized way to behave, nor is that the way of the president of the greatest nation on earth to behave.
Yes. It sounds like you're doing your best to turn off the white folks and not make a step forward.
But what I'm trying to show America, that you are not above the law. You say this is a government of laws and not of men. But now America wants to contravene international law and go before the world as an international criminal. I do not think that this is the way that the American people want their leaders to behave. And I think she's losing the respect of the nations of the earth by this kind of behavior.
Yes, and you sat down with a guy who gassed the Kurds.
Oh, sir.
You sat down with a man who has knocked off members of his own cabinet, his closest friends.
Look,
you're not denying this man
wait a minute.
is wanton in the area of moral thinking and virtue.
Sir, I sit down with white people who killed Native Americans, who brought my fathers into slavery for 310 years, who watched our people lynched and did nothing about it. So if I can sit with them...
You may have sat down with the ancestors.
I sat down with the children of them. But is the American government so innocent? How did crack cocaine come into the black community? Why is AIDS the #1 killer of black people in America as well as in Africa? Is this just an accident? We have a government, sir, that needs to be opened up before the American people, because I believe there are criminals in this government that have to be brought before the bar of justice. And I'm not saying something as an insane radical, but if America continues in the way that she's going, the whole world will turn against her. And this is not something that I want to see or any decent thinking American wants to see.
Ministry.
Donahue, why did you invite me here to ask me questions about something that somebody else said? I thought you were a much more decent man than that.
You didn't say
Why
that?
don't you deal with the real issues that confront this nation in 2002? That's what I'm here for.
Right.
Not to answer something that I've already answered since 1984. And I've answered them well on your old shows. Do you want this to be your old show?
No.
Or do you want this to be a new show?
I don't.
Then let's come on up to date then.
Okay, you don't like my question.
No, I don't.
But I did mention 1994. That's not ancient history.
But I did not make those remarks. You're attributing to me something that was made by somebody else.
You didn't say I'd come to pin the tail on the honky?
No, sir.
Bring me
That's
a rebel?
not my language.
All right. Well, what do you want to talk about, Minister?
Well, now, when you asked me to come here tonight, sir, you asked to talk about my recent peace mission. You asked to talk about Iraq. You asked to talk about reparations. You asked to talk about Zimbabwe. None of that has been mentioned tonight.
Well, we're just...
So I'm asking you, sir, what did you ask me here for?
We're getting started here.
Thank you.
I do ask you to... I think that a man of your faith and talent and intellect cannot get out from under the curiosity on the part of the press, not only the white press, but the black press as well, to call you on some of these inflammatory things that you say. And you're spending half your life explaining to reporters that you didn't mean that, you meant something else, it wasn't this, you're misquoted. How can a man who has so much influence why would you have to spend so much time explaining yourself? Especially a man of your verbal skills.
Sir.
Even I understand it when you say things like this.
Donahue, I mean, this is your show. You are the one raising the old questions that I've already answered over 20 years. Now, sir, if that's the way you want to conduct yourself, that's your business. But I think the American people deserve something better from you as well as from me. This is 2002, and America is facing some very real and critical problems and decisions that have to be made. I think we need to talk about those things, Mr. Donahue.
And we will
and I would feel more comfortable being
I want
with you.
to be comfortable. You're in my studio. I want you to be comfortable. We got a lot to talk about. This is with thousands and thousands of people.
Yes.
Come to hear you speak. And I think I understand why. You speak to their anger. And you know, it's not possible to argue against the anger. Let's look at just a couple of things. Unemployment rate. This is July of this year. Whites 5.3%, Hispanics 7.6%, almost 10%, 10% of black folks. And these numbers, you know, we all know there's a lot more than that, unemployed. How about the jails? 2 million people in jail. For every 100,000 people in prison, 3,500 are black, 1,100 Hispanic, and 462 are white. When I hear you speak to these injustices, to these, you know, racial profiling, New Jersey state troopers, honestly, I think if I were a black male, I'd be at Randall's Island listening to you speak. I would. And the political power that you have is undeniable. But you make it tough on the white reporters. I mean, how, it's with all this history of this kind of rhetoric, it's awful tough to say, hey, Minister Farrakhan, sit down, tell us how horrible we are. We have to challenge you as you would challenge us. This isn't a game. This is a matter of the respect that we want to have as professionals. You can't get up there and talk like that as a man of God. using language like you do. So I'm asking for some understanding here. You bring this on yourself.
Sir, if I took the New Testament and took Jesus, the greatest human being in the eyes of Christians that ever lived, I could take Jesus with the scriptures and give him a sound bite and make him look anti-Semitic? Because there's a statement that Jesus made in St. John 8:44, where he condemns Jews. If you pull that out, put that up on the screen tonight, they'd be saying Jesus anti-Semite. When Jesus beat the people in the temple, all we need is a 30-second bite on Donahue or CBS or CNN, and they'd say, look at that enraged maniac, how he beat those people out of the temple. You could accuse Jesus of teaching hate, for Jesus said in the gospel, you can't be my disciple unless you hate your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, yea, even your own life for my sake. Take that out of context. Jesus is a hate teacher. Another thing, take Jesus out of context. He's a man of peace, but he said, think not that I come to bring peace, nay, a sword. So if this media were listening to Jesus, like you all listen to me, to snatch things out of context, to deliberately make me look other than what I really am. That is my argument with the press, and that's my argument with you tonight. In fact, I'm really surprised at you, because I thought Donahue, a great man. We missed you when you got your hiatus.
Well, thank you, Minister.
But coming back, this country needs people that will bring out of those who are talking the real issues behind their words. That's the kind of man you are, and that's the kind of man I want you to be, so that your program won't diminish over time, but will grow.
Let's talk about reparations. Here you are, it's a speech at the Apollo Theater. Here you are, speaking of reparations. Roll the tape.
Who built this country?
The Million Man March.
No, that was last week.
This is the reparations. This is the reparations rally a week ago Sunday. Sorry, and I want to give you a chance to. We've already established that this was a very, very discouraging turnout. Doesn't mean there's something wrong with you, but it certainly means that the excitement and the energy that we knew at, for example, the Million Man March was not there at all. But
we were no part of the organization of this march, but we are definitely a part of the idea that the damage that was done to black people has to have a hearing and reparations. If the Japanese Americans could get reparations for their suffering, and even the Italians and the German Americans during World War II suffered injustice, and the Chinese Americans, as the rise of Mao Zedong and communism in that part of the world, suffered injustice in the hands of the government of the United States of America. All the while that was going on, black people have suffered in this country. And the sad part about it, Mr. Donahue, is that our government would not send a high-level representative to Durban, South Africa, to talk on racism and the effect of the international transatlantic slave trade. Here's 400,000 black men and women in the armed forces of America that President Bush is willing to send to Iraq. But the president nor his administration have apologized for slavery, nor will they speak forthrightly against racial profiling. I don't think we have a fight in Iraq. I think our fight is to make America a better nation for all of us to live in. And I don't think that the war, beating the war drum for Iraq, is going to solve the problems that create the crisis of confidence in the American electorate.
Nicole from Florida, are you there?
Yes.
You wanted to ask Minister Farrakhan.
Minister Farrakhan, why is it that you feel descendants of former slave owners need to pay for their forefathers' crimes when they have not committed crimes themselves?
You know, thank you for the question. I watched the trial of O.J. Simpson, and he won in the criminal court, and they found him not guilty, but they tried him again, and they found him responsible. The present generation of whites is absolutely not guilty of what was done by generations of whites hundreds of years ago. But I think the present generation of whites have to accept the responsibility to right the wrong, because the wrong that was done 400 years ago is the effect of it is still seen in the black community today. Who will accept the responsibility, live up to the challenge, and make America a better America, not just for whites, but for blacks and Native Americans, Hispanics, and poor people? That is the responsibility of the present generation of whites. And I would hope that if you accept this responsibility, that the guilt of what happened by the fathers, the sins of that will not be passed on to the children.
And we'll be back in just a moment.
The man is telling the truth about what he said. Whether it is critical of you, critical of me, critical of our people, critical of a government, critical of America, critical of Jews, critical of Christians, critical of Muslims. I have the right to say what I believe, and you have the right to record what I say as I say it, and don't mix it up.
I agree with all of that. You have a right to say what you believe, as you have. Incidentally, regarding reparations, present-day black folks would make their contribution to these reparations through their taxes. So black folks, tax money would be going to pay black folks reparations. And one of the criticisms of this reparations idea is that you can't separate black and white taxes. It's impossible.
Yeah, well, you ask the Japanese Americans who pay taxes.
For the Japanese brothers, you mean?
How are their reparations going to be paid? You ask the Jews who suffered in Germany, how are their reparations paid? Because I believe they pay taxes as well. We're not just talking about money, because there's an old saying that a fool and his money will soon part. The Bible says, my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. There has to be a transfer of knowledge that would allow the black man and woman of America to heal from the condition imposed by 300 years of chattel slavery and 140 years of living under injustice. That has to be repaired. Not just money, but a transfer of knowledge. We need to talk about land. We need to talk about how we're going to build a future for our people. You just mentioned prison statistics and the injustice of it. You know, 20 years ago, Phil, when the business community began to move out of the inner cities because they felt that the inner cities would explode in racial unrest, when those businesses moved out and moved into foreign countries to give those jobs to a cheap labor market, many blacks and Hispanics in the inner cities lost their jobs, went on welfare, or began selling drugs or involving themselves in criminal enterprise or joining the armed forces of the United States so that they could make a living to feed their families. This is why there's such an imbalance in the prison population, because job opportunities are not there, and we have not been sufficiently taught how to use our knowledge to do something constructive for ourselves. And that's the value of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Kim from California, you're there?
Yes.
You wanted to say.
You've been accused of accepting financial assistance from Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. Can you please explain your relationship with Gaddafi and these financial allegations?
They're not allegations, they're truth. Muammar Gaddafi loaned the Nation of Islam $5 million for an economic development plan. And I have a very good relationship with Muammar Gaddafi. We are friends, we are brothers. And he has great respect for me and I for him. In fact, I have great love and admiration for him. And I'm very grateful to Almighty God for his snatching the idea of a United States of Africa from Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah and Gamal Abdel Nasser, which resulted just recently in the formation of the African Union.
I'm thinking of the loved ones of Pan Am 103 who are watching you embrace Gaddafi. You don't think he's responsible for that? I mean, you couldn't.
No,
you wouldn't
I don't.
embrace him if you thought he was.
No, I don't believe he's responsible for that. But the United States shot down an Iranian jet with nearly 300 persons on that. There's been a lot of terrible tragedy in this world.
Right.
And now we're living at a time when we have to atone for the things that we've done that are ill and wrong, so that we can make a better world for ourselves and our children to live in.
Yeah.
And that's what I hope.
I do too. I do too. That's what makes your pattern of rhetoric and accusations that you're being taken out of context so hard to deal with when we think of what a healer you could be. What a healer. Michael from Florida.
What a healer I am.
Michael,
Hi.
go ahead.
My question is for Mr. Farrakhan.
Yes.
My question is, why does he feel that he is such a good American and talks about portraying good Americans when he has such close ties to foreign evils that are against us?
Close ties, I assume.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
You know, a good American, I'm sure, are those that love their country and wave the flag. But to me, the best Americans are those who fight for those principles upon which the United States was founded. Martin Luther King Jr. at one time was looked upon as a divisive force in this country. But Martin Luther King said he was a drum major for justice. And it is only justice that will make America have the perpetuity that America should have. And so it is voices like mine, unafraid to speak truth to power. And I say this to the American people. You need to rise today and let the president know that unless he makes the case for war, America should never be the aggressor and attack a nation that cannot really defend itself against the power of the greatest military power in the history of the world. That's what makes me a good American. I use freedom of speech responsibly to correct a government that I feel has gone wrong. All of you should speak up. If not, I'll be glad to speak for you.
You've gotten, the Nation of Islam has received high marks for the young men who accompany you. Boy, they just look military, bearing, clear of eye, drug-free, each and every one. Wonderful message. You've cleaned out public housing projects and protected young children from the evils of drugs. And do you get any federal money helping you do this?
We did at one time, but we're under sanctions now because they say we're anti-Semitic. I can say on this program, Phil, I have never been, nor am I now, a hater of the Jewish people. What I dislike is injustice. And when I speak to that and speak critically of those Jewish persons who I feel are unjust to us, I feel it's criminal to call me
anti-Semitic. That I am not.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't bring up the Christians as much as you bring up the Jews. Incidentally, regarding, I don't see, my president has already said, I don't see how we can allow public dollars to fund programs where spite and hate is the core of the message. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't need all this spite and hate. And let me accept your word that it's not true. Well, you're giving the appearance that it's true. Louis Farrakhan preaches hate. Louis Farrakhan is a hateful person who has preached an anti-Semitic message, which is ugly.
George W. Bush is preaching hate every time he stands on the television telling us that Saddam Hussein is a threat. Saddam Hussein didn't cause Enron and World.com. He didn't call the crisis of confidence. He's not responsible for police brutality and mob attacks and hate crimes in America. No, Mr. President, you're preaching hate and you need to stop it.
Louis Farrakhan.
An article surfaced recently in the Washington Times, which allegedly what states that you have the Nation of Islam has been said not to be a true Islamic or true to the Islamic faith. Do you know what the source of that was beyond the Washington Times?
Well, from what I understand, and this has come to me bits and pieces, there are blacks in the desert. As you know, brother, we didn't join any army because we want to fight people, but decent young black men joined the armed forces to be all that they could never be in the society because the armed forces offered them a job and offered them security and offered them a way to support their families. So many black men and women have joined the armed forces. Well, now that they have joined the armed forces of the United States and are deployed in these various theaters for war, many of them have heard the teachings of Islam as taught by Minister Louis Farrakhan. And point number 10 of what the Muslims believe, which has appeared on the back page of Muhammad Speaks for many, many years, and now on the back page of the Final Call, it says, we who have declared ourselves to be righteous Muslims will not take part in war, which takes the lives, do not believe, rather, that we should be forced to take part in war which take the lives of human beings. Well, many of these young men that are in that desert have refused to take up arms as Muslims to fight against brother Muslims. And this is happening at such a great pace, and it was so alarming that the Saudi Gazette, as I understand it, which is the official government newspaper, wrote an editorial condemning those who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan as not being true Muslims. And of course, I have warned in my own way the religious scholars to take the robes of Allah off, because they are not sufficient to judge who is and who is not. For many of them right now are being judged by their own brothers as not being true Muslims. And so I don't like to get into that kind of discussion. I am a Muslim not because Mecca said so or Pakistan said so. I am a Muslim because God has created me in the nature of Islam, which is to submit my will to do the will of God. And I believe I'm doing the will of God more than most of those sanctimonious hypocrites who would want to call me a non-Muslim. I put my faith in God, and in God alone do I put my trust. I fear only God, and to Him alone do I submit and seek refuge. So I am the most outspoken Muslim on earth today for the justice of my people. Now, you can call that whatever you want to, but I will let nobody in Mecca, Medina, or any other holy or unholy spot tell me who or what I am. I am the best knower of who I am next to God. And I believe if God spoke, He would tell you I'm one of the best best Muslims on the earth.
Do you think that the fact that you've spoken out against the corrupt practices of some of the Muslim leaders, particularly in Saudi Arabia, that this could be the source of this attack on the nation of Islam?
I have not attacked any Muslim leader in Saudi Arabia, but I speak truth. When I spoke to the ulama in Baghdad, I didn't take the line that the other Muslim leaders took, condemning Western influence, condemning the Zionists, and condemning this and that as the reason for the problems of the Muslim world. I took it straight to them in these words. I said, my dear brothers, the problem of the Muslim world is not Zionism. The problem of the Muslim world is not Western influence. The problem of the Muslim world began when we deviated from the path of Prophet Muhammad that he put the nation of Islam on 1400 years ago. That inward corruption is what started the decline of the world of Islam. And then other forces took advantage of it, but the problem started within ourselves. The ulama did not scorn me, they did not rebuke me, they stood and they cheered, saying, Allahu Akbar. And I also condemned the recent Iran-Iraq war. I condemned the aggression on the part of Iraq, and I condemned the Arab nationalism that led Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the Emirates to pour money into Iraq to back Iraq's aggression against Iran. Yes, I am a bold man. I don't care whether I'm in Baghdad, in Beijing, or Moscow, or Washington, D.C. God don't take a rest because his servant leaves Washington. He is God in Baghdad. He's God in Beijing. I don't have any local God that I serve. I serve the Lord of the world. So he's with me wherever I go to stand up and speak the truth as I know it and as I believe it. And when I finished speaking with the ulama, many of the old scholars had tears in their eyes, and they rushed to me and kissed me on my cheek, and from that moment, the tenor of the conference changed. I didn't go to Baghdad to be a rubber stamp for Saddam Hussein or any other leader. I don't go out to condemn the leaders. I love King Fahd, and I love my Muslim brothers and sisters. I love Saudi Arabia, but I love them all. I don't want to see Muslims against Muslims. That sets deep within me. But I must take the side of right as I know what right is. And the side of right has to be with truth and with the administration of justice. And that's why I stand today, and that's why I appealed today to President Bush. And this is why I feel that after today, after this media time, I will not even speak to the media anymore. I'm through with this. I want you all in the media to know that Farrakhan never depended on the media to make me nothing. For 7 years, I wouldn't speak to the media because I had a work to do. And I did that work. And when I spoke to the media, and the media twisted my words, they were not strong enough to uproot Farrakhan because my roots went deep, because they started in the darkness like all things must germinate and take root in the darkness. Now God is telling me to be quiet because I have given the warning, and my father Elijah Muhammad before me has given the warning. The warning can't be forever. I am a trumpet of God. But when this trumpet ceases, there's 7 more trumpets coming behind me, and those are not trumpets that anybody wants to hear the blast of those. That means death and destruction on the earth. My time to warn you is over. I'm not an entertainer. I'm not a plaything. What I have taught all of you from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad from God is exactly right, but you have not done by that message as you should have done, and now you must reap what you have sown. The winds have to blow on the dry bones. The dry bones have heard the word of God. They have shaken to the word of God, but they have not stood up, and there is no breath in them. So I'm going back to God and saying to God, the word will not do. The word word is not making them a better people. Look at how we are slaughtering each other in the cities of America. We're not going forward. We are going backward. So the word must cease, and the winds must blow. And Saddam Hussein is a wind, and President Bush is a wind, and poverty is a wind, and famine and pestilence are winds, and death and destruction are winds. And when these winds finish blowing, then and only then will you see the kingdom of God coming in power. So my day of talking to you is just about over. We have entered into the tribulation now, and there's no more for me to say. I've said what God wanted me to say. Now you all got to do what God has ordered you to do, as that's what I'm doing.
Minister Farrakhan, history has always shown us that men of God with a mission have paid a tremendous price to be a trumpeter and a prophet. Have you paid a price for your mission?
Well, certainly there's a price to pay. No man takes up the word of God to free his people from the bondage of ignorance, particularly in this society, without paying a price. And the price is persecution. The price could be jail. The price could be death. The price could be slander. The price could be all kinds of things. But, you know, we don't take a mission fearing death, because all of us were born to die. The Holy Quran teaches us don't try to flee from death, because death will find you. Whether you resort to the highest mountain or hide in the deepest valley or cave, death awaits you there. Nobody escapes death. And so I didn't take this assignment from God and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to run from death. I'm running to death because I have a Savior with me. I have a God with me. I feel today more than I ever felt that I'm wrapped in the bosom of God. And nobody can harm me unless it pleases God. And if it pleases God, it pleases me. They say that they have a threat on my life. I don't believe that it's the Jews, although many of them would love to see me dead. I believe that that threat is coming from the government of the United States itself. The government is tired of Farrakhan's voice. Well, you don't have to hear it anymore. Not that I'm afraid of your threat, but God don't want me talking to you anymore. I have warned you in his name. Now you do what you want to do. If you think you can kill Farrakhan, then come on and do it. I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, and I fear no evil, for God is with me. And the moment you make your move on me, God will make his move on you. This is the day of vengeance of God. It ain't that you're angry, Mr. Bush. You're not alone in your anger. It's not that Saddam Hussein is angry. You're not the only one angry. We all are angry. The whole earth is angry. Injustice has made the people of the earth angry. But the most angry of all is God himself. This is his day of vengeance. Everybody will have to take a refuge in him, because the things that you thought would protect you, the power that you thought you had with you, it is no power no more. There's no power today but in God. So seek a refuge in him. That is my advice as I close this program with you, my dear brother. I thank you so much for allowing me this privilege. I say, as I'm going to do, seek refuge in Allah, God. I say to everybody, take a way to your Lord and fly to him, for there is no refuge anywhere else today but in God. And every knee will bow, and every tongue will confess that he is God.
Minister Louis Farrakhan, we thank you very much for taking the time out, and we certainly thank you for all that you have given us, and we thank you for all that you will give us in whatever way you choose to give us in the future.
I thank you, brother, and may Allah bless you, Brother Tom Porter, and may Allah bless our listening audience. May he guide and protect us in the days of tribulation that lie ahead. May you seek knowledge, dear listeners, wherever you can find it, and follow truth and right guidance. The scripture says there will be a famine in the land, not so much a famine of bread, but a famine for the hearing of the word of God. God wants you to miss it for a while because you haven't acted properly by it. So he'll dry it up for a moment, but in that moment, God will never dry himself up from you. You must call on him, you must seek him, and you must act on that which God directs. Thank you for listening, and may Allah bless you all as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Where do you think the black community stands today in 2007?
We have more black millionaires than we've ever had, more billionaires we've never had, but we have billionaires now. We have more black people with bachelor's degrees, master degrees, PhD degrees. We have more political clout in terms of blacks in state legislatures, city councils, black mayors, black sheriffs. And on the surface, that looks wonderful, because we have to say that to a degree, we've made progress. But you don't judge progress by the few. You judge progress by the masses. And the masses of our people are not going forward. They're slipping further and further behind. So our thought in the Nation of Islam is that we must collect the learned of our people. We have some of the most brilliant people in every field of human endeavor. We need to collect them, unite them, and present them with the problem of our people, that we can put our minds to work in a programmatic way to lift the masses of the people. If we don't do that, then we have failed. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me that no one man can rise above the condition of his people. So if I rise and I don't help to rise others, then my rise is mockery, because I'm the one that got away. I'm the first Negro in ABC, or I'm the first Negro in the NBA or in baseball. But everyone that was the first struggled and suffered to open the way for others. So my teacher said, blessed is the man who forges the way for others. So these great ones that we have now must look at the condition of our people, particularly in the light of the government's failure with Katrina, and say that we must come together, pool our resources intellectually and financially, and lift our people, and stop being a beggar at the gate of white America. For white America's sustenance is gradually diminishing. So we can't continue to depend on America to do for us what we have the capacity, the ability to do for ourselves.
You were just talking about making the very important point that whilst there's been individualistic advance by black leaders in various fields, politics, financially, sports, there hasn't been this collective growth or improvement. The average black wage is still only 75% of the average white wage in America. And in fact, black median net worth is about $6,000 compared to $88,000 for white. Does that tell you then that all of the efforts that you've given throughout your life to raise the plight of the black man and woman have really been largely ineffective?
To a degree. All of us who are in leadership, when we look at the condition of our people, the condition of our people tells us how effective we have been. But there's a time that our people will fully awaken. The knowledge is there. We can create the opportunity. We can rise above where we are. There's severe opposition to our rise, but the Quran teaches that all opposition at some point will cease. The questions that you are putting to me, the answers that God blesses me to give, the speech that I made last Sunday in Detroit, is all like breaking me out of prison. I'm in a prison, not because I deserve to be there, but my passion for truth and justice, and pointing out the wrong that I see, not only in the government of the United States or in other ethnic or racial groups, but the wrong that I see in my own people. Why do you point out wrong? Because you hate? You point out wrong because you hope that by pointing out wrong, someone will recognize the wrong, confess it, repent of it, and change. So I'm getting out of jail now. And I believe that as I come more out of prison, I'm out of the cell now, and the warden seems to have lost the keys, but I found them. And I intend to get completely out of jail by God's permission so that the American people can know that Farrakhan is not anti-white. Farrakhan is not anti-Semitic. Farrakhan is not anti-American. Farrakhan is not anti-gay. Farrakhan is pro-black. And believe me, I would be a fool not to be pro the country in which I'm born and nurtured and have grown. I would like to see America in a much better condition and position than she's in right now, but I don't think she's making the right steps. I don't think the present government is leading her in the right direction. In fact, I really believe we need a regime change in the United States of America.
It's noticeable that you're using different language compared to the sort of things that you've said in the past. Are you saying now that you regret some of those inflammatory statements?
I can never, ever regret speaking the truth.
But do you regret the way you said some of those things?
The way I speak truth, the passion that I have for the truth that I speak can sometimes get in the way of people hearing what I have to say. That's all part of my growth and development. So I'm not today what I was, but I'm hoping that the language that I use will get past yesterday's barriers and that I will be more clear and understood. I've always been understood by black people, but greatly misunderstood by other than my own. But this is a universal teaching. And if you're misunderstood by the world and only understood by your own people, we miss the mark.
So do you now regret describing Judaism as a dirty religion?
I never said that.
You never said that it was dirty? I never said,
no, of course not. And this bothers me that 20-some years later, I still have to answer.
Please do.
I'm not gonna waste time with that. I've been on ABC, I've been on Nightline, I've been on all these television shows and answered those same questions, and that would just be taking me back in time. And I think if you really want to get my answers, go back in your files. You have them.
What about referring to Hitler as being wickedly great?
I stand by that statement today.
You think he was wickedly great?
Oh, what does great mean to you?
Substantive, impressive.
Wasn't he? You're still talking about him.
I have to say I don't think he was impressive for murdering 6 million Jews, no.
No, that's not impressive. That's wicked. So I used an adverb to describe an adjective. I was perfectly in accord with the English language, which is not mine, but you taught it to me and I learned it quite well. So I was not wrong. Great is not synonymous with good except in colloquial language. Babylon was great, but she wasn't good. Huh?
But can you understand why people would have found that
no, I don't.
So offensive?
I really think it's a mental illness with people. When I speak very clear, if I say the man was wicked, but he was so great that you're still talking about him 50 years later, if he didn't make an impact on Jewish people and an impact on the world, why are you still referring to him? Why are you still making movies about him? Why are you still teaching the world what he did? Let him die. Then his so-called greatness of that time would die with him. But he's as great today in terms of his magnitude, in terms of his effect on people as he was then. And like some people say to black people, which is an affront, get over it. Hitler's dead and gone, and his ideas are weak, and they're being destroyed by a greater presence of truth. So he will die when his idea dies. He's been dead, but have you killed the idea of Aryan supremacy? Have you killed the idea of anti-Semitism and hatefulness toward Jews? No, you have not killed that idea yet. So the man that was the greatest exponent of it in terms of not just what he said, but what he did, no, let him die.
What about you saying that Jews were bloodsuckers because they didn't offer anything back to the community?
You know, if you go back, that statement was made on Meet the Press the day before the Million Man March. And my brother, Johnny Cochran, was being interviewed. And you know how you all do. I'm giving you a lot of material. What will you use? What will you present to the American people of Farrakhan? Not you personally, because you are subjected to editors. You are subjected to people who have another view. You're here to get information, but what they do with it, that's another thing. I said Jews, Arabs, Koreans, Chinese, others, and black people that are in the black community, taking from our community, building up their communities, and doing nothing for our community. They are blood suckers of the poor. That's the language I use. But when that came up on Meet the Press, they took out all the other people that I mentioned and mentioned just Jewish people. So that feeds the thought that Farrakhan is an anti-Semite. Well, in that case, then call me anti-black, because there are black people that suck the blood of black people and give nothing back. There are Koreans right now who do that. There are Arabs right now who do that. But I say that, and I don't back up from that.
What about the anthem you wrote that a white man's heaven is a black man's hell?
Absolutely true.
So that's generally true?
Absolutely generally true, specifically true. We built a heaven for white people in America. We built it. It was built on our backs. And while we were building them a heaven, we were in the cotton fields picking cotton. They were whipping the daylights out of us. They were lynching us, burning us at the stake. We were living in hell while we were producing a heaven for others. Your father was Pakistani, but at one time, that was all India. India, ruled by the British. You were living in a veritable hell while the British were sucking the blood of the Indian population until Mahatma Gandhi stood up and united Hindu and Muslim and threw off the yoke. So yes, that is true, but we can change all of that. Hell is a condition of life, and we can turn hell into heaven. White folk don't have the power to keep us in hell if we don't want to stay there. That's our fault today.
One of the things you said earlier was that it's time for black people to grasp the nettle. And you said earlier, the nettle, grasp the situation, because you said the white commitment is declining. Do you think that affirmative action has been a positive or a negative influence for the good of black people?
Well, it's been positive for black people, but it has a negative effect in the white community. We really don't need anything but an even playing field. And if we had an even playing field, cream always rises to the top. If we've got the ability, we can go there. All we want is the opportunity to play on an even playing field. And if America cannot give us that, then we have to find a way to give that to ourselves.
Do you still recommend the death penalty for rape and incest?
You know, There are cases where the death penalty is proper. I don't believe you can correct savage and beastly behavior with love. You have to set examples. And when you live in a society where no examples are set, people feel they can do what they want to do and get away with it. And then the taxpayers have to pay dollars to feed and shelter people that have done heinous things. My people are the victims of a systematic destruction of the moral fiber. We hate self and we hate our own kind and we hate our origin in the world. So black on black crime now is worse than white misbehavior toward black people. We are slaughtering each other. Every weekend we're in the emergency room in hospitals. That says something. When we do that to one another, I believe we do it because we're uncultivated as human beings. And I say this, we can get rid of the death penalty if we do right by the human beings that we're stewards over. I was in death row at Cook County Jail. And when I went up on death row, Mr. Bashir, they told me, Minister, you can't go in. You got to talk to them from behind this bar. I said, no, I have to go in and talk to them. We would not advise it, they said, but I said, I must. They let me go in. They pushed the button and the cages or the cell doors rolled back and 17 people walked out. About 12 black, a few Hispanic, and a few white. And I said, everybody grab a chair, and we sat in a circle. And I began to talk to them. And within 10 minutes, there was a complete change in those young men. And I called the God, and I said, look at them. Are they animals? Or are they human beings? We have failed, and I'm talking about government and the institutions have failed to cultivate that divine spark that's in every human being. And so when you spend $415 or more billion on a military budget and $60 billion for education, then you're preparing for war, but you're not cultivating your greatest resource, which are your citizens. And so this is going on all over the world. So little boys now in Africa, 10 years old, killing. Little boys in Palestine, little boys in the black neighborhoods, learning how to sell drugs and kill with a heartless feeling. This is done because all the institutions that are set up to cultivate human beings have failed. And that's why there'll be a new heaven and a new earth, and the former things have to pass away. We've got to do better by the people.
You condemn the behavior and performance of black men regularly. You have in this interview. To what extent do you draw on your own experience of your own father? How difficult was that?
It wasn't difficult at all, because I had a supreme mother who was enough father for me.
but you get what I'm saying. What I'm asking
Yes.
you is, are you as strident on black men because you yourself personally have experienced
No.
the notion of an
No.
absent father?
I never missed my father. I never knew the man. I thank God for him because his seed is what put me where I am. I honor him. I respect him. I'm not strident on black men because it's black men's fault, because we were trained in slavery to be irresponsible. We were stud horses. So you go in and impregnate a black woman, you get a a baby, that's a slave. You don't have a responsibility for the upkeep of that child, for the nurturing of that child, for the mentoring of that child. You make a baby and you run. 100 years up from slavery, 150 years up from slavery, we're making babies and running. So now, what Bill Cosby is saying and what others are saying, we have to accept responsibility now. And it's up to leaders and preachers to preach to our people the acceptance of responsibility, because white people cannot hold us back if we don't hold ourselves back. So that responsibility falls on me and the hundreds of leaders that are out there who claim to be leaders. We can make a better people than this, and we're going to try.
A black man, Barack Obama, has announced that he's standing for President of the United States of America. Do you support him?
I like him very much. I like him. He has a fresh approach. And I'm fearful because there's a structure in our government that no matter who sits in the seat of power, there are forces that one has to contend with if one is able to attract the masses of their votes. Barack Obama is doing quite well. He has a broad spectrum of young people, black and white and Asian and Hispanic. And he might fool a lot of people and get the nomination of his party. That's not my fear. He's a beautiful young man. My fear is when you sit in the seat and you don't know the electrical current that's up under your seat, and you start getting these jolts, and you got to see where the jolt is coming from. And now you got to bend to multinational corporations and their interests. You have to bend to this group and that group. And remember, we gave you so much money. And remember, we did this for you. That's the hard part. He started off quite well.
Some people have said that he's deliberately avoiding controversial black figures like yourself, Mr. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, for fear of alienating white voters.
First of all,
do you think that's true?
I would give him credit. If avoiding me would help him to become president, I'd be glad to stay in the background because of the taint that's on the minister. Reverend Al Sharpton is different. Reverend Al gave a very impressive speech at the last Democratic convention. He's broad, but he comes from the black experience. He's always there fighting for justice. It's the same with Reverend Jackson. Well, Barack Obama is fighting for justice too, but not from a position where they can say he's a radical. But he still feels the pain. But he rises above it and reaches.
But do you think he's deliberately avoiding people
I can't say that.
like yourself in order not to alienate potential white voters?
I can't say that because I haven't made myself available to him.
Has he reached out to you?
He has not made himself available to me. But, we got almost a year, 8 months or so, 9 months before the election. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. And I told you I'm coming out of prison, so it might be all right to be seen with Farrakhan in a few minutes.
There was some controversy about Mr. Obama's early Muslim education. Do you think that may have hurt his chances?
No. No. In a world, Brother Bashir, where 20 years ago, you might have read the name Muhammad Ali in the paper, in some vague reference to Islam. But there's not a paper that you pick up today that doesn't have some reference to a Muslim or Islam, whether it's radical or secular or this or that. So when a man gets into the presidency who has some appreciation for the culture of Islam as well as the culture of Christianity, and is respectful of the Jewish culture, that man has a heck of a chance to heal wounds and to bring people together. So even though he doesn't have a lot of international exposure and experience, the man has been made for the hour, and he has a heart for his people in Africa, as you saw recently when he went to his father's home. Even though his father was an absentee father, he showed great respect for his father, for his grandmother, his paternal grandmother, and the people of Africa. That will carry him well. But he also has respect for black suffering in America or wherever that is in the world. And the beautiful speech that he gave in Alabama on the crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge showed the breadth and the depth of this young man. So I just hope that the corrupt wellspring of politics, that he'll always stay close to the purification that comes from being deeply committed spiritually to God and the principle of justice and equity.
So do you think that he really is the man of the moment? He will be able to unite these disparate forces?
Let us see, because he's just starting on a long journey.
But that's what you're suggesting.
But he's on that road. And what I see in him is that more than anyone else that's running, he has the ability to attract black and white and Hispanic youth. And it's the youth that are disenchanted. It's the youth that are dissatisfied. It's the youth that have to fight the wars. It's the youth that are dying in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so a man like Barack, I think, has more sway with young people than all of the other candidates.
What about Mrs. Clinton?
Not the young people. Mrs. Clinton is formidable, but Barack is even more.
Hillary Clinton was, as husband, Bill Clinton was described as a black president. What does that make her?
Really, not much. Although black people looked at Bill Clinton as a black president, he did less for black people than other presidents. We lost the safety net under his administration for welfare mothers. We lost a lot. But his charisma, no one can take that away from Mr. Clinton. His ability to use language in many ways has attracted the hearts of black people. And the more the establishment beat up on him with his inappropriate behavior, the more black people understood his weakness and forgave him and came around him and loved Hillary. Excuse me for saying Hillary. Loved Mrs. Clinton for her standing by her man, even though she was hurt and maybe even slightly embittered. She showed the strength of a woman who could forgive her husband and keep going to present to America a family image, a mother, a father, and a daughter.
What about Mayor Rudy Giuliani?
No.
Mr. Giuliani, of course, in New York, had some pretty severe conflicts with the black community when he was mayor. Do you think he stands much of a chance of winning the black vote?
No, not at all. He could parade every black person that he knows in front of black people. He'll have a difficult time.
Why?
His behavior as a mayor of the city of New York was not the best for black people, and certainly not for Muslims, because the police attacked our mosque in New York. And his former chief of police, who is now the chief of police or police superintendent in Los Angeles was told by him, according to what Chief Bratton wrote in his book, to go kill the Muslims. And he refused to do it because he had a pretty good relationship with the Muslims in Boston under the leadership of Minister Don Muhammad. So Giuliani, unless he's changed, and people do change, you know.
You've changed.
No, I've grown. Well, that's changed too. I felt for Mr. Giuliani when I heard that he had prostate cancer, and I wanted to write him and tell him about seed implantation, and I think he did get seed implantation and is now completely free of cancer. He'll be formidable, but
he won't win the black vote.
No.
Neither
will McCain, neither will anyone in the Republican Party that I see right now.
Whoever actually comes into the White House will confront some very serious tensions, particularly in relation to Islamic countries throughout the world. What do you think of President Bush's decision to invade Iraq and this war on terror?
It was an error, and an error is an intentional departure from what is correct. That attack has brought on him and on America disfavor from around the world. Whoever gets in the White House, and seriously, I'm thinking that 2 years or 18 months or 20 months is too long a period to let him linger there without the Democrats responding appropriately to the vote that people took last November. If you cannot impeach him because it would throw the country into disarray, and you can't take him out and leave Mr. Cheney or Condoleezza or any of them. That group has lied to the American people. That group have deceived the Congress. That group has manipulated intelligence to make policy, intelligence fit policy. Make policy fit intelligence. And if they didn't like the intelligence, they changed the intelligence because their policy was to invade Iraq. Their mindset was to invade Iraq. So terrorism has increased all over the world since our era in Iraq. And so I would hope that we would sit down with Iran, sit down with Syria. These are people that you can talk to if you respect their sovereignty.
You think you can talk to President Ahmadinejad?
I know you can. If you can't, if President can't, I can.
You think it's possible to talk to a man who dismisses the Holocaust as if it didn't happen and preaches against the state of Israel?
Now, we have intellectual freedom. If that man wants to have a conference of so-called scholars to see whether the Holocaust is fact or fiction, let him do it. We believe in freedom. That's what we say we're fighting for. Doesn't he have the freedom to disagree? Of course he does. Whether we agree with his disagreement, that's another thing. But he has the right to disagree with the Holocaust. Right now, in Europe, if you even say something against the reality of the Holocaust, you'll be jailed. What does that say? And all of us talk about how we're so democratic and we love freedom of speech and whatnot and whatnot. But everybody's being punished for saying what's in their mind. There's a woman who was over the Cincinnati Reds, I believe. And she made a foolish statement, but it was what she thought. She had to suffer because it was politically incorrect. This black man who made a statement, what he hates. And if that's what you feel, we don't like your statement. Your statement manifests this or that. But now to punish the man for telling you what he really feels in his heart. So people then are forced to be hypocrites. Oh, yes, the Holocaust did exist. Of course it does. Blah, 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 blah. So if I say something incorrect, I won't go to jail. You're forcing people to be hypocritical about what they feel, and yet at the same time say freedom of speech.
The problem with someone like President Ahmadinejad is not just that he denies the Holocaust, but he also wants to incite violence against the nation of Israel. That's why people object.
Because he, like Saddam, like Bashar al-Assad, they have never agreed that the state of Israel is legitimate to them with the Palestinian suffering. They have that right to disagree. They have that right to seek Palestinian rights and justice for the Palestinian people. What Ahmadinejad, from what I understand, was saying, well, look, if the Holocaust took place in Europe, maybe Europe should have divided up some territory and giving it and provided a Jewish state there. Most of the Europeans that came out of Europe, they never lived in the Middle East. They're not the Sephardim. They're not the Middle Eastern Jew. They have no connection to that land except through their biblical interpretation of Scripture. So to remove Palestinians and make them vagabonds in the earth, to do that, if Ahmadinejad does not agree with that, if Bashar al-Assad does not agree with that, if Saddam Hussein does not agree with that, and the protection of Israel is the cornerstone of America's foreign policy, then that puts America, Israel, some European countries right after Iran, Iraq, and Syria. And that's the politics of the situation. So we're looking at Ahmadinejad from this house that is so pro-Israeli to the hurt of America. I know that Israel is the friend of America. There's nothing wrong with having friendship. That friendship has existed since 1948. But when your friend does things that may not do good for you and for them, the good friend will stand up and say, no, we shouldn't do that. And America has great leverage with Israel. But if you don't use that leverage to bring about some form of justice in that area, then the area is going to explode. And that's what's happening right now. So some of the people have said to President Bush, look, man, you got to get back on the peace thing with the Palestinians and the Israelis. That debacle that took place in Lebanon, that was a travesty. And America let it go on and let the infrastructure of Lebanon be almost completely destroyed. Over what? You took some hostages. Hostages are still not back in Israel, but they're alive. And I'm sure they're being well treated. But to give Israel a chance to degrade Hezbollah, America just folded her hands and let it happen. That's not being a friend to Israel. That's not protecting America's position in the world. And these politicians that allowed this, they are not the friends of America, and ultimately they will be set down.
So what attracted you to Islam, and what in particular attracted you to the Nation of Islam?
As a young man, I grew up as a Christian, and I had a wonderful church experience. But the thing that disturbed me was that the church never focused on the plight of black people in America. And as a Sunday school student, I saw how Allah always raised someone among the downtrodden, the oppressed, or the enslaved, to bring them a message that would liberate them from their oppressor. But here we were in America, and we had no one. And so I wondered, if God sent Moses to deliver the children of Israel, why had not he sent someone to deliver us from the heavy hand of oppression that we were suffering? So even though I was in the church and I had no problem with Jesus, I had a problem with the hypocrisy of Christianity, in that 11 o'clock on Sunday morning was the most segregated hour in America. So I kept searching for something better. And in 1955, I heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I wasn't ready to come out of Christianity and join Islam. I knew too little about Islam. But later that year in New York, I heard Malcolm X. And the things that he was saying concerning the plight of black people in America and how Islam would civilize us and solve the problems that we were having, this drew me to Islam, and particularly to the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
You were in the nation throughout both Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad's careers. What did you learn from these men as leaders and teachers?
For me, Brother Malcolm was a wonderful teacher. He presented me with my first Holy Quran, which was a translation by Maulana Muhammad Ali of Pakistan. He gave me books on Islam, the history of the Prophet by Maulana Muhammad Ali, and the religion of Islam by Maulana Muhammad Ali. He was an avid reader, so he introduced me to books on the plight of black people in America and throughout the world, because our mission was primarily to black brothers and sisters in the United States. So knowing our condition and learning how to reach our people with a new teaching, a new faith, a faith that had been maligned by Western Orientalists and movies, always portraying Allah as some false god and Muslims as believing in a false religion. So we had to break through all of the propaganda and the hatred for Islam that had been projected in the American culture and society. So Brother Malcolm was, to me, my first great teacher. He was profound, having come from prison and read every book in the prison library, having debated many of the black scholars from Harvard and Yale and Ivy League schools, and having taught in some of the fine black institutions, and I had a chance to travel and hear him. And then I watched his character. I've never seen Malcolm late for any appointment. He disciplined us if we were late for mosque meetings or tardy in any appointment that we had. And the law of Islam that he enforced was very, very strict. And so though we grew up as Christians, here we were in Islam, not using profanity, not eating the swine flesh, not drinking or smoking or fornicating or committing adultery, and beginning to learn how to pray. In those days, we prayed standing, making dua.
Mm-hmm.
And many Islamic scholars were displeased with Elijah Muhammad because they felt that one of the first things we should learn is prayer in the proper manner. But to get us up for Fajr prayer at 5 a.m., even standing, was a chore. And after a while, he introduced us to the Muslim prayer, and we began to pray as our brothers and sisters pray in the Islamic world. But he told us that he was raising us by degrees, as the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, raised the Arabs from their state of Jahiliyyah with Quran by degrees. He didn't make the worship of Allah hard on the early converts to Islam. Prayer was only twice, in the morning and in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
And they would even come to prayer intoxicated. And he gradually removed alcohol from the believing community. And degree by degree, he raised the Arabs to be examples of the Quran and his example. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us in that way. He raised us degree by degree so that one day we would be recognized by the entire Muslim world
Mm-hmm.
as a true believer in Islam.
Have you ever struggled with the teachings of Elijah Muhammad? Was there ever a moment when you had to examine the differences between what you understood of the teachings of the Nation of Islam and what was considered Sunni Orthodox?
No, I never struggled with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad because I knew very little of what is called Orthodox Islam. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad raised us in Islam in a way that we were not affected by Orthodox Islam. He was very kind in that he always taught us respect, great respect for the Muslim world. But we also learned through our study that the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, knew that our world of Islam would deviate from his path. And the Prophet in his hadith said that 3 generations after him would no longer be of him. And so we have the Prophet and the 4 rightly guided caliphs, and then hypocrisy in the ranks of Islam, and Islam or the Muslims going off the path. And from the death of the Prophet, the split between Shia and Sunni, and then other splits into sects.
Mm-hmm.
And as the Quran teaches, they did not become divided until after revelation had come to them, splitting up their religion into sects and parties due to envy, and each party rejoicing in its part. He did not want us to become a part of Sunni or Shia or Hanafi or Sufi or Hanbali, because he said to us that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, knew nothing of these splits. He was a Muslim, and he wanted all who followed him to be Muslim. And so even though there were these different sects, yet Elijah Muhammad taught us to respect anyone who said, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. So we never looked at one sect or another and followed the things that divided them. We saw all of them as Muslims and one nation of Islam. Mm-hmm. And that's the way he reared us. But he did not want us to be corrupted by that corruption that had come into our world of Islam that we are suffering from as we speak today.
So the charge by some Sunnis that the Nation of Islam is in some way itself a sect would be inaccurate.
Well, from their point of view, they feel we are a sect. And I understand their perception of us because we've come up in America. Mm-hmm. We've come up under white supremacy. We've come up under the evil and oppression of a government that has never respected us as an equal citizen in this country. Well, when we came up under white supremacy, where the color of our skin became a badge of shame, a badge of dishonor, so that if we were not white or near white, then we were not as good as someone who was white, whose hair was straight. And this was a problem that was existing during the time of the Holy Prophet and Brother Bilal's acceptance of the Prophet and Islam. There were some who saw his blackness as a badge of shame or dishonor, and it caused him suffering. But the Prophet, peace be upon him, gradually weaned his followers away from any type of expression of racism. But in America, this is what America was founded on. It was founded on the myth of white supremacy and our subjugation for 310 years in actual chattel slavery, and now 150 years up from slavery, still fighting for equality. So the methodology of the Nation of Islam had to heal the self-hatred. You can't be a Muslim and hate the way Allah created you. As He created many different flowers and plants and planets of different colors, rocks of different colors, created the human being like that. But I should not feel that I am inferior to you because my color is different, the shape of my nose is different, my hair is different. I should not feel that way. So how can you love a God who created you different and made you an object of hatred? So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in his wisdom, taught us how to respect and love our blackness, which of course the foreign Muslims say, well, this is not Islam. Mm-hmm. Islam does not deal with color. No, not in its pure teaching. But we had to deal with the poison of white supremacy. And so he taught us how to love ourselves, how to respect and honor the way Allah created us. And this is what propelled us and made us feel that Islam was ours. It wasn't an Arab religion that we were accepting, although Arabs helped to teach. Many Pakistanis in the Tablighi movement came to help the blacks in America become Muslims. But then we ended up imitating Pakistanis or dressing in the way of Arabs. It was like we had no root in ourselves. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that Islam is the nature of God. And it is the nature in which he created every human being. So when I accepted Islam, I didn't accept the Arab religion. I accepted my own religion, the natural religion of the human being. So that meant that I could see an Arab or a Pakistani or a Caucasian Muslim and see them as they are, but respect myself as I am and respect them as they are, because in Islam, there's not Pakistani culture or Arab culture or Somalian culture. There's the culture of Islam. And once we raise the culture of Islam, it unites us all, regardless of our race, or color, or ethnicity. But we had to grow into that, and that took time. Mm-hmm. So I can understand why some of the Sunni or Orthodox Muslims would see us as a sect, because we were very different in the way we were coming up. Lastly, when I was in Mecca and I met with an African scholar at the World Islamic Bank, or the Islamic Bank, he said it's not that we were against Elijah Muhammad. We just didn't understand him or his methodology. So that's what dialogue does. And the fact that we were off and separate, and the Sunnis, Sufis, and others felt that we weren't true Muslims, then the dialogue between our communities didn't take place in order for us to understand Orthodox Islam, or for Orthodox Islam to understand Elijah Muhammad's approach.
Mm-hmm. You left the nation after Elijah Muhammad's son, Warithuddin Muhammad, assumed leadership. Then in 1978, if this is correct, you decided to rebuild the nation. Talk about that decision and some of the challenges you faced as a leader rebuilding the movement.
Well, first, the Imam, Warithuddin, I loved what he was doing to try and unite the followers of Elijah Muhammad with the Muslim world. And for the first time during Ramadan, we took Ramadan with the Muslim world. And during the Eid, we prayed with our brothers and sisters from all over the world, here in Chicago and in other places. I thought that this was wonderful. But then he spoke ill of Elijah Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad's teacher, Farrakhan Muhammad, and that disturbed me, because there would have been no Nation of Islam for him to take leadership of if there were no Elijah Muhammad, and there would not have been any Elijah Muhammad if there were no Farrakhan Muhammad. So I sat with the Imam and shared with him my concerns. For his father was what his father earned, and for him is what he would earn, but he's standing on a foundation built by his father and what his father taught. So I thought he should respect his father and respect his father's teacher, and then take us where he felt we needed to go. And so when I felt that I could not endure that anymore, not endure Orthodox Islam, because to me, when Warithuddin came into leadership, he stressed for the first time, Prophet Muhammad. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us of Prophet Muhammad with respect, but he never gave us intimate knowledge of the Prophet. Imam Muhammad, that was his focus, and that was good for all of us. And but when I could not endure the mockery of his father and his father's teacher, and I saw the effect that it was having on those of us who had sacrificed, went to jail, and even suffered death for our Islam. I decided that I would try to rebuild the work of Elijah Muhammad, because I could not bear the thought that after all that work that he had done, that he would be written out of history as a non-Muslim, as somebody that didn't understand Islam, that he was in error, his Aqidah was way off, etc., etc. Well, it was at that point that I decided that I would rebuild the work of Elijah Muhammad, but rebuild it in a way where honor and respect to Prophet Muhammad would always be a part of our growth and development, and that the study of the Prophet became central to understanding how he moved to establish Islam in Arabia is the same way we would have to move to establish Islam in America. And then, as I studied, Elijah Muhammad, before he departed from us, said to me, he said, brother, try to find a way to unite with the Muslim world. These are instructions to me. He didn't tell me how to do it. He said, find a way. So I was diligently searching for a way to unite us with the entire Muslim world. And I found that in the very things that he taught was a key to unite with the Muslim world. For instance, Farrakhan Muhammad gave Elijah Muhammad 104 books to study. The best of those books, Elijah Muhammad said, was Quran. He gave him a Quran, Farad Muhammad, gave him a Quran in Arabic and told him to read. And he said, but I can't read, I don't understand the Arabic. But he was trying to say to Elijah Muhammad, you are following in the path of the Prophet, because he was told by the angel Jibreel, read. Mm-hmm. And there was no book for him to read, and he couldn't read at that time. So then Farad Muhammad gave him a Quran in English that he could read. 104 books, Elijah Muhammad told me, were all about different aspects of the life of the Holy Prophet. So I asked myself, why would he give Elijah Muhammad books to study on the life of the Prophet if the Prophet's life did not have supreme meaning for how to go about establishing Islam in America? So I started there and changed the way we introduced ourselves when we came out to speak. We would say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. So we would speak the same universal language that all Muslims speak. We used to have Ramadan during December, and we were severely criticized by Orthodox Islam. But if you study the Quran says if you're sick or you're on a journey, you can fast a like number of days. Well, here we are in America. We once were Muslims, but we were taken off of our faith by Western man and then made Christians. So we are on a journey back back to Allah, back to the Prophet, back to Islam, and he wanted to make our journey easy for us, so he chose the month where the sun is shortest in its daylight hours, so that the fast of Ramadan would not be as difficult for us as it would be if we were following the Islamic calendar and all of the different months, etc., that we go through to perform Ramadan. So then I suspended Ramadan in the month of December. And I said we will fast with the entire Muslim world, gradually trying to find ways. I remember, my dear brother, we had a mosque in New York, and after Brother Malcolm was assassinated, our mosque was firebombed, and Elijah Muhammad rebuilt it. And in the dedication of the mosque, he sent a tape, and he dedicated it by audio tape. And when I called him to thank him for the dedication, he says, "Oh, brother, that's not the real mosque." He says, "I want you to have a minbar that has 3 steps." And I wondered, well, what is a minbar? And of course, that's where the khatib delivers the khutbah. Well, he was gradually moving us to institute Salatul Jummah. So I instituted Salatul Jummah. And when we retrieved our national center, we set up a masala, and in that masala, a minbar that has 3 steps up, where the khatib sits and stands to deliver the sermon on Fridays. Mm-hmm. All of this I was doing to bring us ever, ever closer to what is called Orthodox Islam, without violating some of the principles and teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you think that race plays in any way a factor in the divide between the Sunni Orthodox perception of the Nation of Islam? And if so, how?
Well, race has played a part in the division among Muslims themselves. Some blacks do not feel comfortable during Salatul Jummah in certain masjids, where they feel that they are treated as less than they should. So, by our concentrating on black people, there are Muslims that say, well, this is un-Islamic because Islam is for everyone. True. But as you know, when the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, started his mission, he was in Arabia. And his mission was primarily to Arabs. Bilal was there. There were many blacks that were there. There were Christian Arabs that were there. There were Jews that were there in Arabia. But the Prophet, peace be upon him, taught each one of them, the Christians and the Jews, according to his knowledge of the Torah and the Injil. And he focused on the Arabian Peninsula and destroying the tribalism that had divided the Arabs. And he formed them into a nation, but not a nation just for Arabs. But that nation was to move out from Arabia and spread throughout the world, that there would be one nation. And that would be the nation of Islam. As the Holy Quran in 2nd Surah says when Ibrahim and Ishmael raised the foundation of the Kaaba, they prayed and asked Allah to accept their work. And then Abraham prayed and raised up in them a nation of Muslims. So Prophet Muhammad, answering that prayer, raised a nation of Muslims. And whether it was Egypt, whether it was Pakistan, whether it's in China, it was only to be one nation, the nation of Islam, under Prophet Muhammad's guidance through his Khalifa. Okay, so we start like that. We start with a focus on black people because we're in a state of Jahiliyyah worse than the Arabs. Because the Arabs spoke their own language, they were in their own country, they were ignorant. And even though to the west of them was the Roman Empire, and to the east of them was the Persian Empire, they were not affected by the knowledge of either one of these empires. They were in a state of Jahiliyyah. The difference with us is we have been reared in America by an opponent of Islam. And we have been reared in a way that is against the law of Torah, of Injil, and Quran. And we have been allowed education by the Western standard of education. So we already think we know Allah, we know God, we know religion, we know Jesus. So Elijah Muhammad then has to empty the vessel of what it thinks it knows and then put in the vessel what Allah revealed. Prophet Muhammad didn't have that to do. He just had to pour the truth into an empty vessel that was ignorant but yet knowledgeable of its language, its culture, and its oral history. We were deprived of all of that, so it made the job of Elijah Muhammad much more difficult. But by the grace of Allah, we're accomplishing the task.
So do you find that, for example, we're profiling some Latino Muslims here. My parents are both of Cuban origin, for example, and we're finding that the Latino community, there seems to be a common experience of crossing the border into the mosque and being embraced as Muslims, that the ethnic identities are playing into it. Is that one of the reasons maybe that the nation has kept a special space for black people to kind of keep a place where they can feel like they're a member of the community of Islam before they actually move into a mosque where all these ethnic, nationalistic differences might...
Well, first, you must have a root in yourself.
Mm-hmm.
We now want our Latino family to come into Islam because Elijah Muhammad taught us that the root of the Mexican or the Latin American, they are part of the original inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere and of our planet. So he taught us that we should find a way to unite with the Native Americans. So we go up on the reservation and we try to teach Islam there. I was in Cuba recently. We brought a book, a box of Qur'ans, and I met with the Muslims in Cuba and gave Qur'ans out to them, Qur'ans in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
And I have family in Mexico, and we gave Qur'ans, and they're teaching gradually the Mexican and others the Qur'an. These are people that will come to Islam much faster than the blacks because they have not been as destroyed as the black people have been under chattel slavery. So right now we have Mexicans in the mosque, we have Puerto Ricans in the mosque. We have Haitians in the mosque. We have some Chinese and Japanese in the mosque. And we have some whites that are coming. But what we have to do is make our people feel that you are not an inferior when you meet with other human beings that are not black, but they are Muslims. So it takes time, but these barriers are gradually being broken down so that right now the La Raza or Mexican community, they have very good relations with the Nation of Islam. And the many Muslims that are in the mosque all over America that are Mexicans. We have some when you went to Miami, there were Cubans in the masjid there, or the mosque there. And Rasul is reaching out to the whole of Central and South America. We have Muslims in Guatemala, Muslims in Honduras, Muslims in Nicaragua, Muslims in Panama, going all the way down. And we believe that it won't be long. This century will be the century for Islam spreading throughout the Western Hemisphere. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay. In 2000, I was fortunate enough to travel to Chicago, and I saw the Savior's Day where you and Brother Imam Warthi Muhammad embraced. Could you discuss a little bit about that decision to come together and what it implied for the both of you and what has come as a result of that symbolic act?
Well, Imam Warthi and I kind of grew up together. I met him in 1956, I believe. And we have been friends. And we always respected him as a deeply spiritual son of Elijah Muhammad. If you notice, no matter how great the divide was between Imam and myself, and I was just thinking about this morning, after the death of the Prophet, a divide came over who should succeed the Prophet. And that division has been the root of conflict between Sunni and Shia. After the departure of Elijah Muhammad from us, and I tried to follow the Imam, ultimately I broke away from him, not to try to set up something, because I told him I was going to go back into my career as a musician. But as I saw the community disintegrating, I decided I would try. And during all of this time, if you listen to any speech that I made, I never said anything negative against the Imam. Although there were negative remarks about me and us from his community, I felt that that would be injurious to the future. And so when we bought this house and the mosque, we bought it from him, the mosque. We sat in a room back in this house, and we talked about an accord, which I modeled after the Truce of Hudaybiyah, a truce that said he was welcome to come to our mosques and teach. And any of our followers that came over to him, he was welcome to have them. But I would never try to go among his followers to proselytize. I only asked of him to be respectful of his father. And that was an accord. I signed it. He did not. But the relationship between the Imam and I began to grow. I would meet him sometimes on an airplane, sometimes somewhere in the city, and we would embrace, and there was always warmth between us. So in 2000, when I was ill, I invited the imam to our farm, and he came along with his brother and his daughter and his secretary. We had a lunch together, and I asked him if he would come to our Savior's Day and share the rostrum with me and deliver whatever speech he would like to deliver to my community. And he said he would. And we had a Juma prayer service. There were about 10,000 people in the Juma prayer service. He delivered the khutbah. And on the Sunday of the main meeting, I wanted him to speak and say whatever he wanted, but he said, no, this is your day. I'll have a few words to say. Some of his followers were present, and it was a day in February where the temperature went up to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So we felt that Allah had smiled on our coming together. And from that day, there has been a coming together in the prisons, particularly, and we would have Juma prayer with his followers, and sometimes his imams would come over and say the khutbah in our masjids. And so it has developed pretty well, but in the climate of 9/11 and the hatred that is in the press for Islam and for Muslims, we feel it's especially necessary that we do not allow anything of discord to come between us, that the enemy may use us against each other. And with the imam and myself, even though there are areas of disagreement, there never has been as much as a bloody nose between his followers and the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And in that sense, I think it's a good example to the Muslim world, because Muslim blood is sacred to a Muslim, and we would never shed the blood of a Muslim, and we would pray that our brothers would never shed the blood of another Muslim. Even if we disagree with them, they say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, then we disagree with some aspect of their teaching. Allah says in the Quran that He will settle the disagreement between Muslims, but we should not take each other's lives as though our life has no meaning. So we've tried our very best to live according to that, and that's what makes what's happening in Iraq so painful.
Now we're going to go back to Brother Minister, who is going to tell us about some of the things that so many of us, some of the reasons, I should say, that so many of us had such great respect for Colonel Gaddafi.
First, Brother Cliff, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said when John Fitzgerald Kennedy was assassinated that there is no king, no ruler, no prophet who enjoys 100% the love of his people. That has never happened in these 6,000 years, and it certainly is not so in America, and it was not so in Libya. I never lived in Libya, so I don't know Libya like the Libyans know Libya. But I know something of the good of Muammar Gaddafi that made me to love him as a brother and to feel a great sense of loss at his assassination. Before I say to the public some of the things that Brother Gaddafi did that can be proved
at no limit of time, I'd like to read to the public Brother Gaddafi's last will and testament that came out sometime yesterday. As you know, Brother Muammar Gaddafi was offered asylum in other countries. He refused to leave Libya. And as you know, he said he would be martyred in Libya. This is where he lived, this is where he would fight, and this is where he would die. So I'd like to read this will, and I want you to listen carefully to his words. He said, "This is my will. I, Muammar bin Mudabi bin Muhammad bin Abdussalam bin Humaid bin Abu Manya bin Humaid bin Nail al-Fusi Gaddafi, do swear that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his messenger, peace be upon him. I pledge that I will die as a Muslim." This was written on the 17th of October. He said, "Should I be killed, I would like to be buried according to Muslim rituals in the clothes I was wearing at the time of my death, but with my body unwashed in the cemetery of Sirte next to my family and relatives. I would like that my family, especially the women and children, to be treated well after my death. The Libyan people should protect its identity, achievements, history, and the honorable image of its ancestors and heroes. The Libyan people should not relinquish the sacrifices of the free and best people. I call on my supporters to continue the resistance and fight any foreign aggressor against Libya today, tomorrow, and always. Let the free people of the world know that I could have sold out our cause in return for a secure and stable personal life. I received many offers to this effect, but chose to be at the vanguard of the confrontation as a badge of duty and honor. Even if we do not win immediately, we will provide a lesson to future generations that choosing to protect the nation is an honor, and selling it out is the greatest betrayal that history will forever remember, however they try to portray this. This was the end of his will. He was killed in a military uniform. He wanted to be buried in the khaki clothes that he was wearing. And of course, you heard the news that they took his body out in the middle of the night. He and his son, Mutassim, who we have in a picture meeting with Hillary Clinton a year and a half ago and shaking hands with Secretary of State Clinton, which should show the world that shaking hands with your enemy and receiving a pat on the back from your enemy should never lull you to sleep that the enemy has changed. The enemy is the enemy. And when you fall asleep on that knowledge, that is when the enemy will take us out. The betrayals of his inner circle. Don't think that that is overseas. That is in our own house. And we today need to watch for those close around for signs of betrayal. Because it is written in the scriptures of the Bible that in the last days perilous times will come. And betrayal will be one of the marks of the end of the world, because people will feel that they'll be safer betraying a good cause, a just cause, to save their lives. Gaddafi died in honor, fighting for the Libya that he believed in. They would never have won if NATO was not bombing day in and day out. Brother Ali Baghdadi, that is a writer and a great Arab writer, said they bombed Libya back to the Stone Age. We were in Libya. We saw Libya being built from the ground up. We witnessed what this man did for the Libyan people. And for NATO to have bombed it like this, watch for Halliburton, watch for Bechtel, watch for the vultures of London, England, and France, and others trying to rebuild the infrastructure that they purposely destroyed, which is against international law. You went for humanitarian purposes, yet 50,000 Libyans lie dead because the West wanted access to the wealth of Libya. Now let me tell you what this man did. Did he kill people? Well, hell, did our president kill people? Talk back to me. Yes. You have made your president an assassin. That the only value that he has now is that he was responsible for the death of Osama bin Laden. He was captured without a weapon. He should have been brought to America, put on trial for the American people to see this man. But he was executed, so you will never know the real truth. Then Alaki, an American citizen who is against America's policies, a drone took him out and then came back later and killed his son. Now Muammar Gaddafi and his sons lie dead. Saddam Hussein and his sons lie dead. Well, what about your sons? They're dying in Iraq on the basis of a lie. They're dying in Afghanistan on the basis of a lie. And now drones are in Pakistan, drones in Somalia, drones in Yemen. When will it stop? America, do you think that you can get away with this? If it's time for another commercial, then you go on and take the commercial. I'm just warming up.
All right. Thank you, Brother Minister. And he's been giving us a lot of information, of course, about international events, and particularly the assassination of Colonel Gaddafi. Brother Minister, go right ahead.
First, I would like to say some of the things that made me fall in love with Muammar Gaddafi. It wasn't any money that he loaned to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or that he loaned to the Nation of Islam and forgave. For $5 million that he loaned us, for you to think that I am that kind of prostitute that I would give myself to any man for money.
That's right.
It's the principle that made me his brother. Now look at what this man did. After nationalizing the oil, he used the oil revenue to benefit the Libyan people, building schools, infrastructure, universities, hospitals. He raised the literacy rate from 20% when he became the leader, and at the time of his assassination, it is 83%. Libya has one of the finest healthcare systems in the third world. All people have access to doctors, hospitals, clinics, and medicines free of charge. If a Libyan needs surgery that is unavailable in Libya, funding is provided for the surgery to be carried out overseas. He raised the life expectancy of the Libyan people from 44 years, and now at the time of his assassination, 75 years of age. Basic food items were subsidized and electricity was made available throughout the country. Brother Muammar Gaddafi has set up huge irrigation projects which were established in order to support a drive toward agricultural development and food self-sufficiency. He spent $33 billion on the man-made river, where his engineers brought water up out of the desert, and now pipelines ran from Benghazi and Tobruk almost to the door of Tunisia. Any Libyan who wanted to become a farmer was and still is given free use of land, a house, farm equipment, livestock, and seed. Brother Muammar Gaddafi vowed that his own parents, who lived in a tent in the desert, would not be housed until every Libyan was housed. He fulfilled that promise. Under the revolutionary leadership of Muammar Gaddafi, Libya has now attained the highest standard of living in Africa. Money from Libya's oil revenue is directly deposited into the bank account of every Libyan. Women have full access to education, employment, and he has enabled women to serve in the armed forces. And this is most important. Gaddafi was the first and the only leader in the Arab world to formally apologize for the Arab role in the trade in captured Africans. Gaddafi acknowledged that the black Africans were the true owners of Libya and proclaimed in his Green Book, quote, "The black race shall prevail throughout the world." Now, Brother Gaddafi took oil money and started moving the Organization of African Unity toward the African Union, with a goal toward uniting 53, now 54 nations in Africa to the United States of Africa. Whenever we called Africa, our call had to go through Europe, and over $500 million went to Europe. But Gaddafi put up 400 million, and the rest of Africa put up 100 million and put up an African satellite. Now you can call directly to Africa from anywhere in the world without going through Europe. He asked the African nations to stop sending their raw materials to Europe to be made into products and then sent back to Africa to be paid for in an exorbitant price range. he wanted the Africans to take their raw materials and make them into products and then sell their products on the world market. This is the man that was assassinated, and I'll close this point. The minute he wanted Africa united, America, Britain, France, Germany, Europe was against it. So they set up NEPAD, a new economic development pact. Gaddafi was against it. Sarkozy came up with another plan to take all the North African nations that are Arab and unite them with the nations of Southern Europe. Gaddafi rejected that. America wanted to set up on the African continent African as a launching pad for the recolonization of Africa. Gaddafi was against that. I read an article by the Jewish man from a Zionist that was the former assistant to Rumsfeld. I can't call his name. Who? No, not Pearl. Wolfowitz.
Wolfowitz, yeah.
And they don't know it because the media is bought and paid for. This is a hell of a betrayal of the American people when you will not tell them the truth because you're afraid that if you tell the truth, your bosses will take your job from you. That's a hell of a thing. You don't have a democracy when you don't have a free press.
Go to CNN.com.
You're all slaves, and you love it. So you deserve what you get, the erosion of your democracy. You'll soon be the laughing stock of the world.
That works out to less than 50 cents a
It's a
month.
damn shame. That's why the children are occupying space in New York, in Boston, in Washington, in Chicago, in San Francisco, in other cities. Why? Because they're not looking to you as a source of information for them. Look how long it took you all to talk about what was going on in New York. It took you 2 weeks because the same people that controlled the banks controlled the media. You all know it, but you're afraid to say it. But God put it on Farrakhan to say it for you. And maybe one day you'll get some courage to stand up and give America free media, a real free fourth estate. But right now, you ain't even worth the time of day.
Local news headlines, traffic and weather up next on WVON.
I'm glad. Hell, I'm not hiding nothing. You need somebody to tell the truth.
That's right.
You need somebody that's not afraid to die for the truth that you could be made free. Because you're not free. And you don't really know what it means to really be a free white person, a free black person, a free Mexican, a free Arab. If you're afraid to tell the truth, what future does your children have in a society where truth is brushed to the curb? I thank God for the young man that invented this wonderful technology.
Steve Jobs, yeah.
Steve Jobs. That's the man that's freeing the whole planet. Where Zbigniew Brzezinski could say, yesterday it was easier to control 1 million people than to kill 1 million people. Then now he says it's easier to kill 1 million people than to control 1 million people because the genie is out of the box, the cat is out of the bag, the people all over the world are waking up. And you need to wake up and free America. Then you'll have a future and your children will have a future. But if you're afraid for what? You're going to die anyway. Where can you run to escape death?
Price check on aisle
ma'am?
If you love America, then fight for America to be free.
Yeah, I know. It's probably nothing.
Nothing?
Yes,
Shouldn't
sir.
I don't know, like...
I'm not in the best mood, brother.
I know you're
Great. You're in a great mood.
That's right. Stop. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Get to the top of the hour, it'll give the minister like 2 minutes. You know, he don't go like that.
Yes, sir, brother.
I know, you're right. You're right. And when he was moving, and I just couldn't.
I'm not only hurting for Gaddafi.
Yeah.
I'm hurting for us.
2 minutes at the top of the hour.
Okay. That thing, who let the dogs out?
Good point. Thank you.
What has just been done has let the dogs of destruction out.
Yes, sir. This message brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
I thank God that He didn't make me to fear your censure of me.
Republicans write you off with this kind of inactivity. That will happen. This is the time for you to tell.
Some run and hide from being a friend of Gaddafi now because he's a bad man.
9 to noon.
He killed his own people.
1690 WVON. Mornings.
I don't know any leader
Laura, you're on 1690 AM.
that has not killed somebody to come to power. That's why the leaders walk on red carpet. Because they came to power shedding blood, and they shed blood to maintain power. But make a white carpet for Farrakhan.
Go ahead. That's right.
I killed nobody. But the God I serve, He's about to kill a lot of people.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. We're back. This is the Talk of Chicago, 1690 WVON. It's 5:08. I'm Cliff Kelly, and we're streaming live at www.wvon.com. And, of course, we are continuing with our in-studio guest, the illustrious Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the leader of the Nation of Islam, who's been giving us some great information. We're going to take some calls very shortly. But before we do that, I want to go back, Brother Minister, and again, thank you for being here with us. I want to go back to what you were saying at the top of the hour about Paul Wolfowitz.
Paul Wolfowitz wrote an article, I think it was in the New York Times, that an African Union or a United States of Africa would not be good for the future of Israel. Now, I don't know why he said that, but if the United States of Africa would not be good for Israel, and the United States of Africa would not be good for Europe and America, then this is more reason why Gaddafi had to be taken out. And just before Gaddafi was assassinated, they said that our president was sending 100 U.S. troops into Uganda to help President Museveni in his war against the Lord's Resistance Army. Then I heard that Kenya is moving its troops to the border of Somalia to fight against Al-Shabaab, which is the Islamist group that is fighting for governance, for the power of governance in Somalia. Now, today I read that the man who is over the National Transitional Council said, and I'm quoting now, that they're going to institute Sharia. Mm-hmm. And my God, did you kill Gaddafi to have someone now institute the very thing that you've been fighting against all over the world? And this man, after he has come into some degree of power, tells you that he's going to establish Sharia and the banks will not charge interest on money following Sharia? What have you gotten yourself into, America? And did you think that if you pull all of your troops out of Iraq, that that's the end of it? No. These people are angry and hurt over the way American soldiers did them, both in Iraq and in Afghanistan and in other parts of the world. Oh, America, America. You're blinded by your arrogance. You're blinded by your military power, and it's leading you step by step to your destruction.
Brother Minister, you've mentioned a number of things, of course, that Colonel Gaddafi did. And that's what I wanted you to do, because we've talked about a lot of the positive things that he has done through his number of years that he was there. But also, I'd like you to mention the belief that he was going to start requiring oil to be sold when the gold standard, which he, of course, had a lot of gold. The same thing we heard about Saddam Hussein, that one of the reasons that he had to go was because he was talking about taking the dollar out of the element as the medium of exchange. Would you speak on that?
Brother Gaddafi had the largest amount of gold in the world, second only to China, even ahead of Russia. He had 144 6/10 tons of gold. They didn't mind him having it, but he was going to tie gold, the dinar, to gold, and was asking other Arab nations to tie their fiat money or paper money to real money, which is gold. This would destroy the economies of the West. So this man was a real thorn in the side of America. That's why on the front page of the Final Call, I would not allow them to put a picture on our paper of Brother Gaddafi beaten and dead. I have him on the front page of the Final Call with his arms raised in triumph, because he will whoop you living or dead. And so will I. And so will my father Elijah Muhammad. We don't stop.
We have some
with the grave.
We have some
yes, go ahead,
here
sir.
from
I'm
the
sorry.
press, and CBS had some questions. One of them you just answered. It was in the months leading up to his death. Gaddafi was very much portrayed as a villain. You knew him personally. Was that fair? Obviously, the answer to that is no, based on not only what he has tried to do for many, many people, but also, of course, what he's done for the people of Libya. When you talked about the literacy rate, which is probably just as high as in the United States, higher than in some places, and the life expectation has been increased. But the thing that I was really interested in, and I'd like you to give us a little more information on, was the African Union and what that would have meant to the world.
It was a very difficult process for him. He spent billions of dollars trying to get African leaders to remember something that I heard from the Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson. He said, it's better to be the tail of something than the head of nothing. So he was trying to get African leaders out of the mindset of having a seat on the United Nations, having your flag represented and a national anthem, and economically you're still a slave. But if all 53 or 54 now of these countries united with a central bank, which they were working on, a federal government, and a language that all of them would accept as the official language of Africa. Oh, my goodness. Railroads and highways tying all of these nations together, trading within themselves and beyond themselves, Africa would then be a power in the 21st century. And this is what Marcus Garvey saw. This is what Padmore saw. This is what Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah and Gamal Abdel Nasser saw. And this is what Brother Gaddafi was working on at the time of his assassination. He had already set up an African Development Bank. How much money was in that bank, Brother Akbar?
I'm not sure.
I heard it was about $70 billion so that Africa would not have to go to the World Bank, would not have to go to the International Monetary Fund. Excuse me. They could go to their own African Development Bank and borrow money without this exorbitant interest and build Africa. This is what Brother Gaddafi was doing. And I hasten to tell you, my dear Mrs. Clinton, ooh, you are in for a shock. If the vultures of Europe think they're going to pick that body. Now, of course, you're trying to get back in there to make sure that whoever comes to power will be in your favor. Well, like you thought when Mubarak went down. But look at what's happening in Egypt now. This is going to happen all over the world. I want you to know that you're through as a world power. Through.
You mentioned Sharia. The members of the NTC. We don't even know who these revolutionaries are.
Yes, that's true. They found out that some of the fighters from the eastern part of Libya that were fighting America in Afghanistan are members of Libya and members of Al-Qaeda. And when I first heard Gaddafi say that these are people from Al-Qaeda, I said, oh, he's making that up. But it's true. And now America's confused. Should we give these weapons that Gaddafi had in the hands of a new government that is Al-Qaeda or lovers of Sharia? Boy, did you make a boo-boo this time.
This was another CBS question. How do you explain the visible hatred on display in Libya for Gaddafi, and what were Gaddafi's feelings about the United States?
How do you explain the visible hatred of the people for Jesus at the time of his crucifixion? Jesus was the greatest revolutionary that ever lived. But the scripture says he was hated without a cause. But if you saw the movie by Mel Gibson, I think it was a little over the top, but Jesus was scourged, wasn't he? He was beaten, wasn't he? He was crucified, wasn't he? And were the people joyous when he was killed? Yes, they were, because they did not know who he was. Did his early followers suffer? Yes, they did. Were the early Christians put in the Colosseum in Rome to be eaten by lions? Yes, they were. Name me one prophet of God, one great revolutionary who was against the current temporal powers that was not hated by his own people. Let me close on this point. I was in Ghana with President Jerry John Rawlings, and he was telling me how he went to a school and he was teaching the students, and at the end of the class, he shook all their hands, and one student refused to shake his hand. And he went to the student and asked him, "Son, why didn't you shake my hand?" And the young student said, "Because you killed my father. Now, when you are a revolutionary and there are people in power that take the resources of your country that belong to the people and give Western powers easy access to those resources, inside the country, there will always be another force rising. So every dictator that America supported had a repressive regime against the legitimate aspirations of that people. Gaddafi rose against the West. When you rise against the West, then you have the CIA, MI6, Mossad, you have the best intelligence in the world working to undermine your country. In the last 10 years of Gaddafi's life, all inside his countries, these rats were working.
You know, the other part, what was Gaddafi's feelings about the U.S.? He's got pictures with the president. In fact, one of those is in the final call. What were his feelings? He was at the UN?
Well, Brother Gaddafi was happy to come in out of the cold. His son, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, was reared in London at the London School of Economics. He was being heralded in the West as different from his father. And it was Saif al-Islam that told his father, we've got to go a different way. So he introduced his father to a more open kind of thing. Can you imagine Richard Pearl going to Libya to help clean up Gaddafi's image? This is the same thing that some members of the Jewish community, when we met, said to me, Farrakhan, if you change your ways, in other words, that would be pleasing to us, we will clean up your image. So they know that through this media, they dirtied the image of an honorable man. Huh? Well, to hell with them cleaning up my image. God will help me to clean it up by doing good works as yours is being sullied. So he loved the American people. And of course, Bush brought him in out of the cold. He gave up all of his weapons of mass destruction. He softened his approach. And during that time, the rats found the cheese and they were eating. Let me tell you, every dictator that America had killed people to support that dictatorship. And every revolutionary that overthrew the rule of a dictator fostered by Western colonial imperialist powers was always had to have internal dynamics to listen to what the people were saying, to report those that were against the regime. So naturally in Libya, Libyans were killed, and those people certainly did not like Muammar Gaddafi.
I have a question here from the media connection. Laima, yes, thank you. What would you advise President Obama to do to prevent protest over the economic conditions in America from becoming violent? And we're talking about, I was going to mention that too, the Occupy, Wall Street, so forth and so on.
Well, I think President Obama and the Homeland Security probably will instruct the police to be very, very careful. These are children or young people who are fed up with bailing out banks while I think 16 million homes in America have been foreclosed on. People are hurting. And these young people are expressing themselves At first in New York, the police were very hard on them, and this is not the best approach. But if it gets to the point where America gets tired of the protest of these young people, and something happens, like what happened at Kent State, and young Americans are killed, I tell you that militias in this country that have been training for war against their own government will come out in the streets to protect these children, and it's on. And I would like you to tell me what you are going to do. Since you said Gaddafi was wrong, this one is wrong, now eat the soup that you've prepared. Because I told you before that what you saw overseas was coming to your door, and now it is here, and it will get worse. I pray that you will tell your police to be full of restraint, but when they are not, then be careful. There was a woman named Mrs. Wolf, a middle-aged woman who went to an affair in New York, dressed in an evening gown, and they were protesting. And this woman went over and talked to them. The police had lied and said that they couldn't use a bullhorn. So they repeated comments. After one said it, the whole crowd said it. This woman was arrested, her and her escort, for nothing more than learning the truth of the permit that they had and walking in a way where she didn't obstruct the pedestrians, and the police arrested her. So America, you know, you're going to have to be careful because your police are upset, they're hurting, and they might do something very crazy, and it's on.
You said that, Brother Minister, on Savior's Day. Let's take a caller if he's there. Hopefully he's been holding. Rudolph is from Brooklyn. Rudolph, are you here? Rudolph? Hello? Okay, maybe he hung up.
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right, there he is. There he is. Hey, Rudolph, thanks for holding.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Minister.
Wa alaikum salam.
Brother Kelly.
Thank you.
Brother Minister, with everything that's going on, and it's a shame what has happened to Brother Gaddafi, but everything that's going on, it's distracting people's view from right here at home and the things that are going on here at home. We are going into winter now, into another winter that is estimated to be going to be worse than last year's winter. And our cities, our inner cities, our people are not prepared for the weather that they're going to face and the collateral damage from that weather. Cities are going bankrupt. They're laying off the emergency workers. And again, the hardest hit communities are the black community with color and communities with no economic means. How do we galvanize these people our people to let them know of the gravity of the situation that they're in, and that we must organize where we are for the fight that's going to be right here, the fight of just trying to live and get through this winter.
Okay, thank you, Brother Rudolph.
Thank you for your question, brother. That's why I asked Brother Cliff Kelly if I could come back to talk about the way forward for us. Now, I don't know about you, but if your mother passed away and you were in the middle of something, the passing of your mother would mean so much to you that you would stop for a moment to address your mother's passing. My brother was assassinated. So I'm taking this time to speak on my brother and what his life meant to me and to millions of others. But that does not mean that our attention is off of the way forward for Black people or for the American people. So God willing, I'll be back on this radio station next week to talk about the way forward. But let me tell you something, brother. You know, as a people, we are earning a chastisement from God, because wise men have been in front of us warning us of days just like you mentioned. But what have we done about it? We sat around and we paid no attention to the warning that was given to us over 50 years ago by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who laid out a plan for our survival. He called for a united front of Black leaders to sit down and plan the way out of poverty and want for our people. And what did we say to Elijah Muhammad? To hell with you, Elijah. These jealous-hearted Negro leaders did not want to listen to a Black man who had a way out. And others have come and said the same thing, and we still sit around doing nothing. Do you know how stupid we look after 50 years marching on Washington, begging white people to give us jobs when $1.1 trillion came through our hands last year? We are earning the pain that we are receiving. So I'll be back next week. But let me tell you something. If you don't follow good advice, then you deserve your butt kicked.
Yes, sir. I think Brother Rudolph got the message.
The whole country got the message.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Brother Minister. That's fine. Just before we take another break, I wanted to. There was a question relative to what is your opinion as to how this incident is going to affect our relationship with other nations.
Well, you know, I look at my brother Barack Obama, one of the most beautiful men in his spirit that I had a chance to meet in this life, and to watch him campaigning for the highest office of this land made us all so very happy and proud of our brother. But naturally, when you campaign for an office, it's not like sitting in the seat. And that's why I heard one of the Republicans say, the moment that I am president, I will sign an executive order and outlaw Obamacare. Like President Barack Obama said, the moment I'm elected, I'll sign an executive order closing down Guantanamo. 2 years, 8 months later, Guantanamo still exists. It's easy to say things when you're not sitting in the seat. But when you sit in the seat and face the realities that that seat represents, it can change you if you're not strong enough to change it. And what has happened to our brother, he surrounded himself with the folks from Goldman Sachs. And the folks from Goldman Sachs had him take out an $800 billion bailout that bailed out Wall Street. So the people are angry. He fought hard as you can fight for health care. He got it passed, but they're going to repeal it. Now, on the foreign policy front, my brother, who went to Cairo, Egypt, who went to Turkey with a beautiful approach to the Muslim world, because he seemed to understand Islam. But the moment he did that, a man like Romney We don't need nobody to apologize for us. Well, hell, if you're wrong and your policies have injured the nation, somebody has to apologize. If the Pope of Rome was strong enough, and I'm talking about John Paul, when John Paul apologized to the indigenous peoples of the world that the church was wrong, how can he apologize, and he's the head of all Christendom, and you, this little nondescript former governor of Massachusetts, gonna beat the hell out of a president that wants to heal your wounds and bring people together, but you jumped on him. You beat him down. You made him into the man that he's becoming. You should suffer the consequences of it. And for a man to have won the Nobel Peace Prize after just a few days in office and now has brought America into 5 different wars. Who led him this way? Who are his advisors? I say to you, Brother Barack, you had a great future. You're only a baby, 50 years old. Look at what Jimmy Carter did after his time in the White House. Look at what Clinton is trying to do. But these wicked demons that advise you are trying to destroy your future so that you will never be able to go to Africa and win Africa, nor the Muslim world, nor Central and South America. They've literally finished you off in one term. I hope if you get a second one, you'll recover. God is the beneficent. He is the merciful. He's the oft returning to mercy, and he is the forgiving. And that's the side of God that we always hope to see. But there is another face to God, and that is the face of his awesome power to destroy in the twinkling of an eye his enemies. All of us are made in the image and likeness of God, so there's a time when we can be peaceful. But there's also a time when the peaceful man can go to war. And that is the prophets of God. They were peaceful men, but they were warriors too. And that's who you're looking at. So you always hope that the face of Farrakhan will be the peaceful face. But there's another side to me that I don't think any of you want to get acquainted with. But you will have to before the end of this drama is over.
Thank you so much. I want to tell everyone you can follow and communicate with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan at www.twitter.com @Louis Farrakhan, and also www.noi.org. You can do that. All right. Where do we want to start off with the situation on how the future of our people is at stake?
Well, I would like to start off with the cry of our people since the 1940s with the great organizer and labor leader, A. Philip Randolph, who wanted to organize a march on Washington. And the cry at that time was jobs and justice. And in the 60s, 1963 to be exact, the civil rights movement with A. Philip Randolph present marched on Washington, and the cry again was jobs and justice. And 20 years later, at the 20th anniversary of that historic march on Washington, the cry again was jobs and justice. And at the unveiling of the statue of our brother, Martin Luther King Jr., our dear brother Al Sharpton had a march the day before the unveiling, and the cry was jobs and justice, but this time, brother was trying his best to encourage not only Black America, but white America as well to get behind the jobs bill proposed by President Barack Obama. Now, as a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I would like to disabuse us of the thought that our president can create enough jobs for our millions of unemployed and white America's millions of unemployed. That is why I'm here to call us back to remembrance of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who said and wrote on the back page of Muhammad Speaks, and now it is on the back page of the final call in the Muslim program. He said, quote, "We do not believe that America will be able to furnish enough jobs for her millions of unemployed and ours too." This was in the 60s. Now here we are 50 years later. Factories closed down. 42,600 factories in America has closed down since 2000. And there is a very shrinking manufacturing base in America and a service-oriented economy and a globalized economy where once we could look at the shirt that we wore, the underwear we had, the socks that we were wearing, the shoes that we were walking in, the coats and dresses that we had, the pillowcases and towels that we used, the diapers that we diapered our babies with, all of it was made in America. And now hardly nothing that we wear is made in America.
Well stated. The Minister, Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, is in our studio talking about what is the future of our people, and he's absolutely right. Any of you listening, look in your closet. Look in your closet and see what you can find in there that was made in the USA.
I want our beloved brothers and sisters to listen to these statistics. 49.6 million Americans are considered functional illiterates who can read only at a 5th grade level. And our young people, 50% in some cases, dropping out of school, not having a high school education. I would ask the government of the United States and President Obama, what kind of future can you prepare for a country that houses nearly 50 million functional illiterates? And when you have young people that are ready for work and ready for some kind of employment, and you have no means of employing these youth, then their energy, their aggressive tendencies can turn now into violence, which is now plaguing the inner cities of America, and soon the country will be plagued because the young people all over America are feeling the pain of even having an education, but not having a job. So what can the armed forces do? The armed forces used to be able to take the unemployed in. But the last I heard, with the calamities that are striking America one after another, FEMA does not have any more money to pay out to those who have suffered calamities in this year, unprecedented calamities. And so if the army can't hire us because they don't have money and we don't have the technical savvy to be in a technological age of warfare where somebody can sit in a room with a computer and push a button and destroy something hundreds and thousands of miles away, where do we fit if this is our condition and no manufacturing base in the country for these people? So if there is no manufacturing base, how can these that are considered functional illiterates but can function as they were functioning before this globalized economy? One city in Massachusetts, Taunton, Massachusetts, was the shoe capital of the world. And anyone that used to like the good shoes that America produced, most of them came out of Taunton, Massachusetts, with the agrarian economy of the South and the manufacturing base of the North. People without a lot of schooling could find jobs in factories producing the clothing that we would wear, the shoes that we would wear, things that we knew to do, but we were not college graduates. Some of us were not even high school graduates, but a job was there for us in a factory. So when we're talking about jobs now, and jobs is what we need, here's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. Please consider this great man that walked among us and gave us guidance for this time. Unfortunately, we were not listening. I hope today, in the short time that is left to the dying economy of America, that we will listen now. Elijah Muhammad, in his monumental book, Message to the Black Man in America, pages 56 and 57, he said this: as a people, we must become producers and not remain consumers and employees. We must be able to extract raw materials from the earth and manufacture them into something useful for ourselves. This would create jobs in production. But we must remember that without land, there is no production. The surplus of what we produce, we would sell. This would develop a field of commerce and trade as other free and independent people whose population is less than that of the 20 million. And it was 20 million at that time, but we're between 40 and 50 million now. And so we now have to get up from where we are, and with right guidance and the will to work to produce the things that we're begging others to produce for us, we could then do that which would earn us the respect of America and the respect of the entire world. But that is not going to come through President Obama. No matter what bill is passed, it's going to come through the hard work and the unity and the pooling of our resources that we should get up intellectually and financially and do something for self. And after, I guess, a break, is there a break now?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm anticipating. But let me start with now the first order of business. I talked a few weeks ago to our great brother who is the architect behind BET, Mr. Bob Johnson. We regret that he ever sold BET to Viacom, and maybe he regrets it too. But nevertheless, that great brother of ours, we talked a few years ago when he was trying to buy U.S. Airlines. And there was a merger planned between United and U.S. Air, but he was waiting on the Congress because he was going to set up the first black-owned shuttle airline going up and down the East Coast. This is a man with tremendous vision. And when I talked to him last, he was very, very upset at the condition of our people. So we invited him to the 16th anniversary of the Million Man March, and unfortunately, it was our fault. We didn't get back to him to let him know where the place was and whatnot, but he had agreed to come. I don't want to waste any time on that, but I said, well, he wasn't there, but let me tell him what I would have said if he were there, and now I'll put it on the radio. A man like Bob Johnson, who is a black billionaire, who owned, I think, the Memphis, Charlotte Bobcats. Mm-hmm. He sold them recently. But a man like that, if he called together all the basketball players with their millions, the football players with their millions, the entertainers with their millions, and proposed to them that instead of putting their money in the stock market, where the wise can manipulate the stock market, that you could have money today, and if the stocks crash, you lose lots of money in that. Or stopping our basketball players from doing little things that put back, but uniting them and pooling their resources would allow us to put big things back into the black community by creating jobs. Now, as I read in 2010 and 2009, our top hip-hop artists made $300 million a year. But in 2008, 14 of our top hip-hop artists made $515 million. But the thing that we have money, but we don't have unity, and we don't have a program that could make multimillionaires the super rich billionaires of the future if they could pool their resources to do what? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this production has to start with the acquisition of land. As long as we don't have land, then somebody else will be the producer and we will be the consumer. Now I learned that there's 8,000 or more acres of land available in the Mississippi Delta. Well, I feel like this. We worked like hell in the Delta to make others rich with the cotton that we picked and produced. Why shouldn't we own the Delta? It belongs to us. The government should give it to us as a part of reparation, but they won't do that. But we have enough money. If we pooled our resources, we could buy land here in Illinois, in Wisconsin, in Iowa, in Indiana, in Tennessee, in Arkansas, in Mississippi, in Alabama, in Texas, and begin producing the jobs that we are begging white people to produce for us. I am telling you, brothers and sisters, Pharaoh has already dropped us. And if we are not going to pick ourselves up and do something to help ourselves, then we have no future. Well, you may say, well, Farrakhan, maybe we can't get these big, rich Negroes together to pool resources. I know we can. But then if we got none of them together, 45 million of us, think about this. If we put up 5 cents a day, 25 cents a week, $1 a month in a national treasury, if 30 million of us or 40 million of us could manage 5 cents a day, you can't even go to your children today and offer them 5 cents and they'll spit in your face. And at the end of a week, if you offered your grandchild a quarter, he would look at you and say, "What's wrong with you, Grandpa? A quarter can't buy anything." But 40 million of us putting something in a national treasury, then the first thing we do after 1 year, you won't have millions or hundreds of millions. In 1 year, you would have several billions of dollars in a national treasury. And the first thing Elijah Muhammad said we have to do is buy us some land. Now, the land is for sale. Allah is plaguing America. Right now in Texas is dry. The poor cattle are dying in the field. The farmers can't make money like they used to because drought is there. Well, then why are you talking about land if there's a drought? Because we know the one who makes rain, hail, snow, and earthquake. And we know that if we had the land and were righteous on that land, God will give us the rain and we'll feed ourselves and others too. Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
With those billions that we could amass in 1 year's time, if all of us united on an economic program that makes sense, then the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said we could establish a national black bank where our money, millions and millions of dollars, are in white banks all over the country, and all we get is interest. And it's a small interest at that. Well, why wouldn't we take our money out of these banks and put it in our own bank? But the problem is we don't trust each other enough to do business with self. But we're going to have to get out of that attitude, because that attitude got us where we are, in poverty and want with no jobs. Now, here's another thing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. He said, quote, "Observe the white man. He's successful. He makes no excuses for his failures. He works hard in a collective manner. You do the same." Now, does this sound like a racist or a hater to you? Now, you can dislike white folk if you want. That's entirely up to you. But Elijah Muhammad was saying, get past that and observe the operations of a man that has captured the world and made the world bow down to his way of civilization. Now, if you study his operations, he's successful, at least he used to be. So now God wants to replace him. This is what I really wanted to get over to you, black people. See, when a man has abused the law of use, he has abused the law of abuse. He has ruined his right to the stewardship of the land, the raw materials, and the people on the land, and that is why dissatisfaction is against his rulership all over the world. The people, the masses, are rising. You know, in observing the operations of the Caucasian people, there's one group that identifies with the Caucasian people that are the most successful above all, and that is the Jewish community. And if we study them carefully, we will see that they understood the value of ownership of land, real estate, and having cash ready to invest in that which would increase their economic power. It was from economic power that they gained political power. You're trying to gain political power without economic strength, and therefore you have no weight to push the engine for your own salvation. Now listen, here's the Jewish people. Now, did you know that in 1860, cotton was to America and the Jewish people like oil is to the Arab world? And one bale of cotton that cost the worker got 43 cents for a bale. But when that bale of cotton was shipped north to New York City, the Jewish brethren of the Jewish plantation owners and runners, did you know that that cotton turned into jeans and pillowcases and towels and garments that made money and created jobs? That was one bale. Well, now, if we could pick cotton for them and make them rich, don't you think that the land will produce cotton for us, and we could start producing food, clothing, and shelter, all of it coming from the land? It is your aversion to the land that is causing us pain. Did you know that when we were so-called set free in 1865, black people set up 60 towns in America, black-owned, black-operated? We had, I think, 633 legislators, and we had members of Congress, and we had 2 senators. This is after 1865. Now, with all this, white folks said, well, look, if these Negroes keep going like this, we were all the craftsmen. We were the artisans. We were the engineers. We built the Congress. We built the White House. We built the mansions in the South. Let nobody tell you white people didn't pick up a hammer or a saw. That was us. So when slavery ended, there was nowhere for them. We were doing the work. So a wise Jewish man named Samuel Gompers started the Union. The Union was never for us, it was for them. They locked us out. And then Jewish people started inviting their craftsmen brothers from Eastern Europe into America to build now and put us back on the plantation as a sharecropper. And those of you in Chicago whose roots are in Mississippi, you know the pain of sharecropping, but they became rich and powerful from your labor. You made America. They didn't make it. You made it, for both from the South, and you established and influenced the manufacturing revolution in the North. Now, look at our gangbangers. Everybody upset with the gangbanger. Yes, well, look, gangbanger, there's something you can do. Look at how the Jews made it. You know what they did? When their brethren came in from Eastern Europe, all they did was give them a backpack, a 100-pound backpack with goods in it that they could travel in the South and sell things to people that they needed, both the plantation owner and the sharecrop worker. They sold. And when they sold, that money started a route, a trade route. And then they would sell the route. These are smart people. Now, we don't have to do evil to get rich, but just suppose we pool some resources and got something that black folk needed in the community and called the BDs and the BGs and all the gangbangers and said, put this backpack on your back. Let's carve out the territory. This belonged to the BD, this to the BG, this to the El Rookin, this to the gangster disciples, but we're not gangsters no more. We're not selling drugs, killing our people no more. We're making money to own where we live. Get up, black man, and stop this foolishness, or you will die where you are. You don't have much time left.
Okay. Well stated. Just take a call for the minister. Roosevelt, thank you for holding. We appreciate it.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Yes, sir. May Allah continue to bless you and your family every millisecond with nourishment and with security. The question that I have is, what would it take for the black man and the black woman with different upbringing, with different background, with different lifestyle, to have a positive mental attitude that we would not put up a fight to build and produce on our own?
It's going to take a divine whipping. I hate to say this, but all of us are going to feel exactly what Elijah Muhammad has been telling us since the 1930s. You know, white folk have put on a mask of civility, and now you think that your 400-year-old enemy has all of a sudden become your friend because he allows you to sleep with his woman, or he sleep with ours, and he gets you into the bedroom, but hardly ever in the boardroom, and you lull yourself to sleep thinking that you've gone to heaven now, but you're in a deeper hell than you've ever been in because you're blind to your enemy. Now look at what's about to happen. In Chicago, 17,000 policemen under Commissioner Weiss were given automatic rifles with armor-piercing bullets. New weapons, new crowd control weapons. Now think with me, you that are killing each other and delighting that you smoked your brother. Well, let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. If you don't take this plan and let's get busy doing something constructive for ourselves, I am telling you what's about to go down. The Bible puts it like this: those who refused to listen to Moses and Aaron, that's Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan, they were bitten by fiery serpents. Fiery serpents only mean angry white folk now who are sick and tired of you and me lolling around like a bunch of lazy beggars, beating people in the head, robbing and stealing when you could be building and producing and earning the respect of the civilized world. So mark my words, as the factories close down and your unemployment benefits run out, and you begin to turn the cities into warfare. Occupy Chicago, occupy New York, occupy Cleveland, occupy Washington, occupy Atlanta, occupy Oakland. And just as I said it last week, they shot a canister that hit an Iraq veteran in the head who had done 2 tours of duty in Iraq. And after that, the veterans started coming out. Veterans that have been 2, 3, 4 times in Iraq and Afghanistan and came back home sick, came back home mentally disturbed, came back home with no job, and it looks like nobody cares. And so when they see their brethren in the street because the bankers have ripped them off, and they're losing their homes as well as their jobs and their sanity. Now the militia came out in Phoenix, Arizona, armed with AK-47s to protect the children that want to occupy, because the bankers, the thieves, the robbers, the corporatocracy has ruined America, and now it is the end of them and the beginning of a brand new society. Wake up, black man, or die in your sleep. You know, brothers and sisters, I wish that I had time to just take us through the Genesis of the Bible, because Genesis means beginning. And in the Genesis, you know, Adam and Eve cohabited, and from them they produced two sons. And those two sons had a specified work that everyone who has a beginning must involve themselves in that work. Cain was a tiller of the ground, and Abel was dealing with livestock or sheep. So you got agriculture and animal husbandry as the beginning of how you become an independent people and nation. It starts with your mastery of the land and what the land produces. Now, if you look in the second surah or chapter of the Holy Quran, it is called the cow. And I asked myself a long time ago, why would God open the last revelation that the prophet brought to the entire world, and after the opening chapter, the next chapter is called the cow? And it's the longest chapter in the Holy Quran. So it must be telling us something of the value of a cow. Let me tell you why a cow is valuable. Look, did you know there are 6.9 billion people on the earth? Well, they just passed that. It's 7 billion now, and 1.3 billion cattle in the world today. Cattle, colloquially cows, are the most common type of large domesticated livestock. They are used for meat, beef and veal, dairy, milk, and other dairy products. They are draft animals pulling carts, plows, and the like. Other products include labor, dung for manure or fuel. Well, according to what we have learned, the Quran says, surely there's a lesson for you in the cattle. We give you to drink of what is in their bellies from between the feces and the blood, pure milk, agreeable to the drinkers. Now, wise industrialists and those in the medical profession certainly know how valuable this animal is and its many advantages. The level of economic activity and technology generated by the cow is staggering, from its milk, its hide, blood, brain, intestines, hooves, fat, pancreas, ovaries, bones, and even manure. Hundreds of products are produced. All we need to do is go back to the land. Stop throwing your money away. Pool your money and let's buy land. Let's go back to the earth and that wonderful gift from the beneficent God called the cow.
Hoyla is with us. Hoyla from Tennessee. Hi, you're on the Talk of Chicago.
Assalamu alaikum to you, Brother Kelly, and to the wonderful Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. May Allah bless you and your family, sir.
Thank you so much.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yes, sir. I want to, as the minister, explain, especially to our sisters, the importance of how to cook a good meal. They were saying here in Memphis that food stamp cards now are going to be buying, the fast foods, and we're looking out at our people with all the illnesses, diabetes and cancer, and explain to us, Brother Minister, how it is important to eat off the land and to eat good food, especially for our sisters to cook.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your call.
For your question. Dear brother, and to my dear sisters who are listening, the worst thing that you could do is continue to feed yourself, your husbands, your children, fast food garbage. This earth that God produced for the righteous, we come up out of it, and everything that we need to sustain our lives, to maintain our lives, and correct things that have gone wrong physically in our lives is in the very earth under our feet. When Master Farad Muhammad, the teacher of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, came to North America, Elijah Muhammad said the first thing that he did was take out of the medicine cabinet all of the prescription drugs that our people were using at that time and threw it in the garbage pail and directed the sisters to the kitchen. And some of you may think that cooking is just throwing a piece of chicken in some oil and frying it or broiling it or taking a mashed potato and potatoing it up and getting a frozen this and a frozen that, and your stomach is full, but you're full of that which now has us leading in cancer, leading in tuberculosis, leading in AIDS, leading in all of the ills that Americans are suffering. Well, it comes from eating bad food. Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, said, and I'm quoting him, "Let your food be your medicine, and let your medicine be your food." And until we understand the science of cooking, which deals with the chemistry of a carrot, the chemistry of onions, the chemistry of garlic, the chemistry of broccoli, the chemistry of all of those wonderful vegetables that American people seem not to want, the chemistry of fruit and the chemistry of meat. Once you know the chemistry and you know what is lacking in yourself and your husband and your children, you put it back into them, not just by going to the supermarket, but by growing the food and knowing that the food that you're growing is not this denatured food that you're getting in the corner store.
Okay. Pam, you're on WVON with Minister Louis Farrakhan.
Good evening, Brother Minister. Good evening to you.
Good evening, my sister.
And thank you for your knowledge and all that you do and share with us. I'm just going to ask that you maybe hit 3 points on a speech that you gave titled "The Divine Value of Women." And Brother Minister, this particular speech, I read the article in the final call. Cliff, it made me cry because he speaks so lovingly about women and what we should do to honor ourselves and our bodies. And the comparison you made about the womb to the different canals that they protect. So, Brother Minister, if you would please just touch on 3 of those points about how women should value themselves and conduct themselves as single women in dating relationships, but also married, because this all impacts the foundation of our families, which is impacting the behavior of our young girls and also our young boys. So I appreciate you, and if you could just hit some of the points in that speech.
Thank you very much. Now, my dear sister, it's very difficult to do it in the short amount of time we have left, but I would ask those in our listening audience, if you would like to get that speech, you can get it at www.noi.org, I think. And
store.finalcall.com.
store.finalcall.com. You can get that entire lecture. But to be very, very brief, the woman is so sacred. You are so far away from what God created you to be. your womb is the workshop of God. In the Quran, it says, I created you in the womb. And one of you is a believer, and the other is a disbeliever. He does not give the credit to mommy or daddy, although they are the agents of creation, but that womb is his workshop. That's where Jesus came from. That's where Moses and the prophets and the great scientists and movers and shakers of the world, they come from the womb of a woman. And what I was teaching was that if you look at the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, these canals, when the ship gets to the canal, the first thing they have to do is stop and get checked. They have to know now what is on that ship. Then you have to pay the price to go through that channel. Well, that channel is the vaginal tract of the female. That's the channel to the womb, the sacred chamber of God himself. So when somebody wants to access that channel, you should stand at the door and see who you are admitting into that channel to get into the sacred chamber of God and defile you and then walk away and leave you and give you a baby, and then they're filled with AIDS and disease and then corrupt you with their filth because you were not guarding the channel, because you do not know your own value as a woman in the sight of God. You have been made a thing of beauty as a tot. You know what a tot is? It's something after the main meal you use to sweeten your palate. And this is the way this world has treated the black woman and women in general. I say to you, my dear sisters, guard that channel that leads to the secret chamber out of which God may produce the cure for cancer, the cure for diabetes, the cure for AIDS, the cure for all. It will come through the sacred womb of a female. May God bless us to learn how to respect and honor the woman, for Elijah Muhammad said, you are our first nurse. And a nurse has to know the science of what she's nurturing. And you are our first teacher. So ignorance is the enemy of the female and the male. May God bless us to grow in wisdom.
Let's take another caller. Aaron, thank you for holding. You're on WVON with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Minister and Brother Cliff Kelly.
Thank you.
Wa alaikum salam, dear brother.
I have a quick and specific question for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, but I must say, Brother Cliff Kelly, in this great time of trouble, I know you're going down in history for a lot of things, but I thank God for you, and I just really know you're going to go down in history for giving the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan a platform to teach and save our people through the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And
thank you so
Brother
much.
Minister, I was 19 years old when I came across the book, The Message to the Black Man, and I couldn't put that book down. And I went to a black bookstore and asked if there was any more books from Elijah Muhammad, and she directed me to the mosque. And then I started going to the processing class, and that class changed my life. There was nothing that I heard that did not coincide with the laws of mathematics and science and the scriptures in the Bible. That was back in 2000. I want to ask you, in 2011, where do those young men and women who are thirsting for knowledge go to learn more about the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in this day and time?
Well, first,
thank you for your call.
Thank you, dear brother.
Yes, sir.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad's words are not surface. He told us to look at his word from above it, from beneath it, from beside it, and then you might understand the fullness of what he's giving to us. So you never stop studying. And so if you get Message to the Black Man and you reread it, you'll see more in it the second time around than you saw the first time. And if you read it the third time, you'll see more then. And then augment your reading. Go to How to Eat to Live, Book 1 and 2, The Fall of America, Our Savior Has Arrived. Go ask for the study guides that Allah blessed me to put together for your study. Then pick up your Holy Quran and your Bible, and you begin to follow what Elijah Muhammad said and his exegesis of a scripture. Go behind him, study that scripture, study his exegesis. And the way you sound to me on this radio and your call, I see I got a great helper here. So you get that knowledge and go teach it wherever you go. May God bless you, son. I'd love to meet you in person.
This is something I was going to say off the air, but when the young lady called about you're holding up women, you know, and how important. The first time I heard you speak, I was so impressed. I don't even know what year it was. It had to be in the 70s. But you were speaking to, and I'll never forget it, about over 200 African American men who were members of the nation, all just, you know, bright young men. And you were telling them how to make themselves worthy of having an African American woman. And I've never forgotten that, because I thought it was so meaningful what you said, and I've told a lot of people about that since all these years. I'm not even sure where it was, but I know I was invited and I was happy to go, but I was so impressed with that because it means so much, and it was really something. I don't know whether you have any idea.
No,
you make 100 speeches a month.
But just
so.
think about the word worthy.
Yeah.
See, in the word worthy is the word worth. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it, and the Bible and Quran say it over. A virtuous woman is more valuable than silver and gold. And everybody that's poor wants to own gold and silver. But to have by your side a virtuous woman, then to be worthy to have a woman like that by your side means that you understand the value of a woman. And I'm telling you, just as that cow is a gift from the beneficent God, so is the woman a gift from the beneficent God to a man, because it is through her that we continue. It is through her that we are nurtured and nourished. And this is why women must be afforded not only equal education, but superior education. For wherever you have a wise woman, she'll make a wise nation. May God bless you. Thank you for that.
You're more than welcome. Alicia from the South Side. Hi, you're on the Talk of Chicago.
Thank you, Brother Cliff. I love you, Brother Farrakhan. Thank you so much for all your sacrifice and for pushing forward this vision that will ultimately free us. My question to you is whether or not a national treasury, which you described earlier, is in the process of being created, and whether or not you're working in collaboration with Black or religious banks such as Seaway or Covenant Bank.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, we are working with Seaway. I'm not sure about the other bank, but if it's a Black bank, that's fine. We'll work with it. But yes, we are in the process. We already have a treasure like that, but I want to expand it now with the help of people like Bob Johnson and others. And we have to be able to speak to the nation and get the nation to agree. Now, I tell you, we don't trust each other, but I'm willing to pay with my life. That's all I got. And I will give my life before I deceive black people or anybody and rob you. You know, we must create a future. I'm soon going to be 79 years old. I don't know how much time I got. So what is it that I need with money personally? I need money to help lay a foundation for the future of our people. And anyone that will rob us, you have to know that the soldiers are angry and they are tired of leaders that suck their blood and deceive them and rip them off in the noble name of I'm your leader. Well, that day is over. In South Africa, they put gasoline in tires and put it around the head of those betrayers of the liberation struggle of our people. And instead of us just walking down the street shooting, killing innocent people, then what about these that are ripping the community off? What about these that are lying and deceiving our people? Our future is at stake. So those who wish to deceive us, you will pay in the future with your life.
Jasmine from Park Forest. Hey, Jasmine, thanks for holding.
Hi, assalamu alaikum, Brother Minister, and may Allah continue to bless you.
Thank you, sister.
I'm a 24-year-old unemployed nursing student, and I don't know if a lot of people know, but us new nurses are not getting hired, and we're sitting around with our skills being wasted, and I was just wondering if you plan on, I know you will, but plan on building a hospital for us, for our people, or for us to build a hospital for ourselves. I just wanted you to speak on that.
Thank you, Jasmine. Unfortunately, the job market is closing down, and maybe you ought to try private nursing, where you may be assigned to a home which will allow you to practice your skill, not as much as you would if you were in a hospital in an emergency room setting, but your skill is vitally necessary. Hopefully, we'll be able to start some clinics where our nurses can be useful. And we have students now that are down in Cuba studying under a scholarship that was offered to us by Fidel Castro, that you can come out of high school if you're proficient in math and science and can speak some Spanish. You get a 6-year free scholarship, and your books are provided. And at the end of 6 years, you are a doctor that can come back to America and pass the board exams to be accepted in the medical profession. Some of our students are back now. They have passed their medical exams, and the only requirement that Fidel Castro asked is that you go back to your community and give your skill to your people. And so hold on, my dear sister, and take that skill and keep in practice as best you can. And there's enough sickness around us where you'll be needed for sure, if not now, shortly.
He's totally right, Jasmine. There's no doubt about that. And I think it's wonderful what they do in Cuba.
You know, fantastic. Fidel, when Che Guevara came to Fidel, Che Guevara was the doctor.
Right.
And Fidel was the revolutionary. And now Fidel is the man that is promoting doctors. He has doctors all over the world helping people. In fact, when Katrina happened, he offered America the doctors from Cuba, and America refused. So he sent them to the earthquake victims in Pakistan. Oh, pride goeth before destruction.
And by the way, for those of you who question what, so we're going back to Cuba again in February, and you can see what the minister is saying because you'll see so many African American students there in Cuba. We've seen, you know, Che was my hero, and when they won, Fidel said, "I want you to help me run the government," and Che said, "I don't run governments. I overthrow them." But he knew his position, you know. We know what happened after that, but still, he was just fantastic. And speaking of that, let's go to Dr. Tisa from Ontario, Canada. Hi, Doctor.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Greetings, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you for having Minister Farrakhan on. And Minister Farrakhan, I'm forever thankful to Allah for you. And
thank you.
I'm forever thankful that Allah has chosen you, of all people, to be the one to do this work. I want to be very brief, but I would like to tell you, Brother Minister, that we have a tremendous love for you. And I chose Islam when I was 9 years old, but I chose the nation at the age of 17 after hearing you speak when I was in Buffalo, New York. And it was because you really showed me through your words, your actions, and through the manner in which the brothers and sisters are in the Nation of Islam, that a nation can rise no higher than its woman. And for you doing that for me, you have freed me as a woman to truly live up to the potential of my vision. I would like to also state that right now I wanted to just give you a very brief insight into the fact that my brother and I are currently making moves in the Caribbean to secure land. And my brother actually purchased a mall there in Tobago. We have a lot of family there. And we are going to be implementing, the Sister Jasmine just called about that, but we're opening up wellness clinics there for our people. And we are going to be utilizing the wealth of the very rich there to help those who are very poor by bringing them education, teaching them how to eat to live and how to live according to what we have been taught by the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. In addition, I would like to let you know, Brother Minister, that everywhere I've gone, I just recently came back from Trinidad and Jamaica. I've been given opportunities when I tell them about these visions, and I've utilized the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in my practice as a natural doctor to give to the people the insight and vision of my own vision that Allah has truly blessed me with giving a school to our people and teaching the people directly how to heal themselves, putting the power back in the hands of the common man and woman, how to heal themselves. Okay. And that is something that all of them were open to. And I've had people giving us things because we came in the name of Allah.
All right,
and
Doctor.
I want to thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for calling. We'll try to get another caller, too.
Thank you, sister.
Right,
you've said it all. I don't have anything to say, but thank you for the work that you and your husband are doing.
Well, let's go to Stanley. Stanley, hi. You're on the Talk of Chicago with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, Brother Minister and Brother Cliff.
Thank you. How are you?
Salam.
I thank Allah for life, sir. Brother Cliff, I want to thank you for having the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on your show, which is really a blessing. He's a great light with unequal brightness in a time of darkness for America and the world.
Mm-hmm.
And Brother Minister, I want to let you know how much I love you and I thank Allah for you. And I pray to Allah that during your time of crucifixion I can prove that. But I want to say that I'm a husband for 21 years, and I have 9 children, 7 girls and 2 boys. And my daughters are growing up, and they want to involve in relationships with other young brothers. I want you, if Brother Minister, you would so kindly give us the proper way that if our young daughters or young sons want to enter in a relationship, what is the proper way that they act that kind of relationship, sir?
All right. Thank you for your call. All right, Stanley.
In our world of Islam, no man comes into my house to my daughter except through me. I am the door to my daughters. And every man that has a daughter and loves his daughter, once some young man is interested in the daughter, then he doesn't sneak around the back door or come to my daughter in some way other than right, because he's flirting with danger then. Because what we love, we protect. And if you want to, keep your health as a young man, you're going to have to learn how to respect the value of our women and the value of having a father and a mother. You come through us. Now, a young man may want to talk to your daughter. So if he comes to your door, then you ask him a question. Well, son, how old are you? How much education do you have? What do you want to be in life? I see. And what are you doing now? Do you have a job? See, because any man coming to a woman that has no money, you can forget that. Yes. You're wasting her time, except you just want to have sex with my daughter and make her pregnant and run away like so many, and then you might find one of my sons or somebody to help you understand better. So, this is a process. And in our world of Islam, you go through the parents. We are the door. Respect that door. And have your daughters to understand how dangerous it is. Because she endangers the boys as well as herself. I don't want to get into this on this call, but, in the old world of Islam, we're much more merciful here. But they have what they call honor killings. And I'll close with this on this subject. The Honorable, we're out about. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, one day, a young man told me that his daughter was 16 and ran away with a young man. And he asked me to ask the messenger what he should do. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, well, go and tell him, or the oldest son, to go find her, make her very happy, and at the height of her happiness, slit her throat. Wow. I said, oh, God, how could I tell that brother that? And after he let me stew in that juice for a while, he said, oh, brother. He said, go tell that brother to go and get his daughter. She'll be all right. He said, none of us are righteous enough to exact that kind of penalty. But that is a penalty in the Islamic world. You do not disgrace your family. But some of us, I have to say, the world of Islam is in need of reformation. And that mercy killing or honor killing is something we have to consider. Are you righteous enough to do anything like that? And I guarantee you, none of us are.
Love you. Thank you so much.
Love you more, and thank you, and thank WVON and Purvis Spann and his lovely daughter for allowing me to this privilege to be with you.
You're great. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you all.
How do you feel when you hear so many people, including the President of the United States, who didn't mention you by name, but we all know what he was referring to, say, I support the march, but not the man who's behind it? How do you feel?
Well, I think the President probably is a victim of a lot of the 30-second bites. He doesn't know me, but perhaps if he got to know me, he would see that I'm not a man of malice or divisiveness. I didn't start the country on a divisive road. I'm not the father of Jim Crow and segregation. I'm not the father of redlining. I'm just not that. And so it's sad to blame the victim for the crime of the real criminals.
If you had to go back, Reverend Farrakhan, would you have tempered the Jewish criticism early on so that you were not labeled in that regard? Since you say you're taken out of context, would have been better off if you had just never mentioned Jews. Martin Luther King never mentioned Jews or Irish or Italian. I knew him well. Never saw him refer to other religions or races.
I never knew the politics of this. When Reverend Jesse Jackson was running for president, I saw the media beginning to demonize the brother, and I felt personally I didn't want to see him hurt, so I spoke out. And in speaking out, I was called a new black Hitler, and that started the controversy. And for 11 years now, we've been seeking a dialogue. We started with Nathan Perlmutter back in 1984, and now with Mr. Foxman and the 12 presidents.
But you have flamed the flames a little, haven't you?
Yes, but they have too. I didn't put the ad in the New York Times. They did. I didn't insert them into the march. They inserted themselves into the march. I didn't call it Farrakhan's march. The news media called it Farrakhan's march. And they called it that specifically so that it would divide our people and make them want to stay away because of the reputation of Farrakhan.
Why, Reverend Farrakhan?
Now they don't want to give me credit.
Why were Jews even ever a part of the message? What do they have to do with your ministry?
Well, I think it probably is better that when we sit down and dialogue, we can get into all of that. But right now, I think it is a time for healing, and it is a time for reconciliation, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. And to keep feeding the fire with fuel doesn't help the problem.
So you're willing to sit down?
Oh, certainly.
Are you willing to also say that if you offended, you apologize?
If the Jewish leaders can show me in truth where I spoke other than the truth, then I would have to apologize. And I'm not too big to do that. But I can never apologize for speaking the truth.
Simply put, then, do you believe all people are created equal?
No, I don't believe that. I believe all people are created equally, but all people are not equal in that some will do greater than others, some will run faster than others, some are brighter than others, but all of us are created equally under a divine law that renders us all equal.
I mean, collectively, though, blacks aren't better than Jews, Jews aren't better than Christians, Christians aren't better than atheists.
The person who is better is the person who is most careful of his or her duty to God. I'm not better because I'm black, and you're not better because you're white. But if I use my gifts and my talents for the glory of God, and I'm dutiful to God and obedient to his laws and statutes, then God may say I am better, but that's never for me to say, because then it becomes a vain expression.
You said something very interesting in the green room that I'll repeat, and I wish you'd elaborate on. 3 words. You said, I am Jewish.
Yes.
You are Jewish.
Yes, because Paul said, the Jew is not the Jew outwardly by the circumcision of the male organ. The Jew is the Jew inwardly by the circumcision of the heart. So what God demands today is a new Jew and a new covenant. Not the Jew that's the Jew outwardly by rituals, but the Jew that's the Jew inwardly by total submission and obedience to the will and the law of God.
But you bear no group hate.
Pardon me?
You bear no
sir.
Group hate.
No, sir.
Do you think in the days ahead after the success of this march, you might work harder at bringing that together?
Well, I am willing, certainly, to give it a try. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said in one of his writings that he believed that the American Jews and the blacks in America would form an accord. And I believe that that will happen, but when, I don't know. But I think that if Palestinians and Arabs could sit together over rivers of blood and come to some peace accord, though it's difficult, why can't we sit and find peace?
Was it the March of Atonement? Was that?
It was a holy day of atonement and reconciliation, yes.
In the Jewish Day of Atonement, we ask God to forgive us, but we ask also those who we have sinned against to forgive us. And we are not atoned unless both do it. Is that the same thing with you?
Yes, definitely.
See, those who you sinned against have to forgive you as you have to be forgiven by them for atonement to be accomplished.
That's correct.
Do you think you took a major step toward that today?
Well, we attempted. We attempted. You know, we mentioned 8 stages. The first stage is the most painful, making someone to know their sins. And then they acknowledge it, then they confess it, then they repent of it, and then they atone for it, and then they're forgiven for it, then reconciliation, then a perfect union.
So where along the 8 steps are you?
Me? Well, I try.
Where do you think the people are? Where do you think we are?
Well, first, America has never apologized to us for what was done to our people. President Clinton, in his speech today, he started from the law in 1776, the Constitution, but we had already done 200 years in slavery.
Wasn't Lyndon Johnson's Howard University speech and the Civil Rights Act of 1963 a pretty strong apology?
Yes and no. You see, recognizing you were wrong is good. Confessing that you were wrong is good. But then if you repent of that wrong, you never go back to doing that again. You make a step forward where we're concerned, and then some conservatives come along and wipe it out. You give us voting rights, and you give us public accommodations, but then the Supreme Court strikes it down. In 1896, we were voting, we were in Congress, and then the black codes were enacted. So you do good, and then you wipe it out.
What's your goal?
My goal is freedom, justice, and equality for my people. And if we can create a just society where all of us can live under righteous law and treat each other as we should treat each other, we have the kingdom of God.
How far along are we on that road?
We're not.
Not on the road yet?
Yeah, we're on a road, but we're on the road to total destruction. You know, the O.J. Simpson judgment manifested the Great Divide. It was the same Great Divide that the Kerner Commission saw. It was the same Great Divide that Abraham Lincoln saw. So here we are, 100 and some odd years from Abraham Lincoln, and we're still at the Great Divide. So what needs to be done? Can we gloss it over? Can we lie to each other? The president said today we must be honest with each other. But when you've got people that have a slave mentality and they depend on your largesse, they do not want to tell you the real truth about what they feel. And so Brother Farrakhan, he will tell you the truth because he doesn't depend on your largesse. And then some of my own brothers will smack me or speak evil of me, but in private, they will say, he's really telling the truth.
This, of course, had nothing to do with whether O.J. did it or not, whether he did the crime he was accused of.
I don't understand.
Is that one of the points you're getting at, whether he committed that crime? Are you discussing only the reaction to the jury?
Yes, but now...
You're not giving an opinion on the crime itself.
No, I'm not. You know, I can't say whether he did or didn't, but I know one thing, God is not mocked. Whatever a man sows, the same shall he reap. We can fool the court of man, but we can never fool the court of God.
So you're saying if he did it, he's going to pay?
Oh, definitely.
Today, Colin Powell said that he wished, on CBS this morning, that he wished somebody else had thought of this idea of a million-man march other than Minister Farrakhan. Went on to say he was concerned that your presence on the stage, that his presence on the stage, had he come, would have given it more credibility. What are your thoughts on General Powell?
Well, let me first say, this is not a new statement. As I read the Holy Quran, there were all kinds of excuses put up by the people. They never did like the messenger. They said if he had come from the learned class or if he had come from this acceptable class, maybe we would have heard the message. But God, the scripture says, knows best where to place his message. If he had placed the call in Colin Powell's mouth, 1 million people wouldn't have shown up. If he had placed it in other folks' mouth, the people would not have shown up. He knew best where to place his message. The call transcended Louis Farrakhan, but I made the call by the grace of God, and God's Spirit touched the people, and they responded.
But you would agree, as a learned man, that Colin Powell may be the most popular man in America today, as an individual.
Let me say, I respect Mr. Powell, General Powell. And of course, I think if he had been present today, he would have been dignified. He would have been more legitimized with black people, because right now he's the hero of white people. He's growing among black people, but he's not there yet. He's never been seen, in the struggle, day-to-day struggle of black people. We know he was involved in a struggle, but he was not involved on picket lines. He was not involved in the day-to-day nitty-gritty battles of black folk, where black folk could see him and touch him and feel him. He was in the armed service, and he made a great career.
Would you like to see him run?
If he wished to run.
And would you like to see him run? If he wished to run, would you applaud that?
No, I'm past applauding a black man for running to be the manager of a white reality. I'm sick of us being played out of pocket. It's really a game. Oh, that's so nice, a black president. Yes, it is. It calms the ego. But what about the fear? What about the real powers in America that pull the strings and manipulate the office of president? We see mayors, we see governors, we see senators, and we've built up great cities, but go in those cities and look at the condition of black people. Just because we have a black president, that does not mean that his presence in the White House is a cure-all for the sicknesses of this nation.
But it sure wouldn't be a step back.
No, but I wouldn't want our people deceived, thinking it might be a step forward, when in reality, in most of the cities, the black masses have gone backward, even with a black mayor in office. We're proud of them, but we haven't profited.
1 million men are right to be standing up for personal responsibility, but 1 million men do not make right one man's message of malice and division. No good house was ever built on a bad foundation. Nothing good ever came of hate.
To Chicago, hello.
Hello. I'm an African-American woman, and I want to just comment that I was thrilled with pride to see so many African-Americans come together in a peaceful manner. And I think that the Reverend Farrakhan should be applauded for that. But I do want to know what some of his strategies are for improving our communities, particularly the education of our young people, because most of them are subjugated to the financially strapped and rapidly further cuts in education. And I feel
you have
that
an education program?
Yes. We favor what is called an African-centered educational system. We don't feel that education, the way it has been given to us, has proved beneficial. We have many PhDs, many master degrees, many Bachelor of Science and Bachelor of Arts degrees, but we don't have many factories and we don't have many businesses in our community to give goods and service to our people. That means that something is wrong. We have a good education, but a good education to make us serve others and not ourselves and not the benefit of our community. So we need a better kind of education that will make us give the benefit of that education first back to our own communities.
St. Louis, Missouri, hello.
Good evening, Larry.
Hi.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Minister.
Walaikum salam, sir.
I'd just like to make a comment and a quick question to the Brother Minister. I'd like to say that I'm very, very happy with your results today. I think it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen today. And I'd like to say, don't let those people who talk about you discourage you. You keep on. We need more brothers like you. You're a beautiful man. And I'm not a Muslim, but I do support you and your organization. I think you do wonderful things for us black men.
Thank you.
And my question is, will there be more marches and more activity in response to today?
Well, the march was really a mobilizing effort to begin the process of organizing our people and then developing an agenda that is social, economic, and political, educational in scope. The leaders are together. We shall meet again in the next few weeks. We shall sit down and begin the process of fulfilling everything that we pledged to our people today. So you can look for good things to happen, but not necessarily for us to call major marches. The money that was spent on this march was spent as a sacrifice to mobilize our people for action back in their cities. Now that action must take place to make that sacrifice worthy.
Hello, Larry.
Hi.
Gentlemen, I have a sort of two-part question, one for Mr. Farrakhan. I understand that they charge $10 a head times 1 million men. I just wonder about the accountability of the money and where it's going. And then, Larry, for you, I notice you in the media and C-SPAN give such great coverage to this. I wonder why an organization like Promise Keepers that reaches out to blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, and fills up stadiums all over the United States.
If you'd send us information about it, I'd love to do some work on it. I've never heard of Promise Keepers. But if you send us stuff, we're open to everything on CNN.
First, everyone didn't pay $10, but I'll be very happy to say to you that the money that we collected, we're going to have an outside accounting firm to look at everything that came in, all of our expenses, and we intend to make a report to the leadership as well as to the community. And whatever is over, if we have anything over, the national and local organizing committees will determine whether that money will be put into a startup fund for the African American Economic Development Fund.
We're running short on time. Do you want to sit down with President Clinton? Have you asked for a meeting?
No, I have not.
Will you?
No, I will not. I think that Reverend Jackson and the step that he's taking with the 12 presidents, if that step continues, I will sit down there. I don't know whether the president would be willing to sit down with me, and I don't want to seem like the old Negro that is so happy to sit down with the President of the United States. If he wishes to sit down with me to discuss anything about the future of our people and the future of the nation, I would be glad to sit down, but I won't beg him for it.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.